Hey there, this is episode 7. I'm going to be doing some YouTube channel reviews. So, this one's about at least a conversation about intellectualism. So when I was growing up, I thought I was average or below average in intelligence. And that's kind of through middle school and high school, just, the kind of experience of uh, taking classes, how I performed, and then a reflection of how other people are doing. Right, that if I was taking mostly a bunch of art classes, and then others would be taking the extra science, history, foreign language, etc. And they were working towards this kind of like, hey, um, uh, setting themselves up for the 4 year, 6, 7 year, university experience. And I kind of felt at the time like I was at least intellectually left behind. That there wasn't much of a future for me to be pursuing like a university career or anything like that. So I got out of school, traveled around, etc., and actually went back to university, or went through community college and university to pursue a degree. And it was under the new understanding that I wasn't necessarily stupid. Like, was I capable at the time in the literal sense, capable of like knowing more, or having like a, at least like a projection of higher intelligence throughout high school? I think I was, but the motivation aspect of like, why do I need any of these, classes or advice at the time? And only after traveling for a bit did I kind of had a greater appreciation for, you know, pursuing a university degree. And it's kind of uh, bittersweet that, I did go through and get a bachelor's, but it was kind of in this sense of self structured curriculums of like, yes, there was the classes that I took, and then I, graduated, but I was getting out of it what I put into it, and not necessarily was the program that was, set up for me actually worthwhile. So, in one aspect, it was completely worthless, for the bachelor's, the university side, but it was valuable to me at a more personal level of like a greater understanding of kind of this meta analysis of how colleges and universities and education systems function. What's their kind of model of operations. So, a little bit of background with that. And then, I think I was 22 when I hit this kind of like initial like intellectual plateau where the conclusion was that I basically understood how societies, the basics, right, real basic of the mechanics of society, right, of like how government and businesses and organizations and individuals and groups and political organizations operate. Not necessarily to the extent of like, could I compete with the best of the best at an intellectual level, but at least I'd be able to follow along and understand what they're saying, why they're saying it, what's their motivation and incentives, etc. But at that time I wasn't ready to be like, oh, I'm going to dominate the field and win every debate. So there's I believe there's other people that are in that similar situation where, especially if you don't have a lot of money or any money, that kind of accessibility towards kind of a movement of a career, right? An opportunity for a future is harder to see when you don't have money. So, I I was in that, position. And then, at least through experience, I got to that point of like, okay, I have a greater appreciation for kind of deeper thought, etc. But if you're in that position now, then you might say, okay, here, let me Google like who's the smartest person around, or who's, the intellectuals, who's the somebody to be inspired by, so that I too can become, great, right? In a very simplistic way. It's like, hey, through osmosis, I should be able to like at least learn something from various sources. So I asked the question to Grok saying, hey, give me a list of, at least I'm filtering it out through English speakers just for the sake of, this whole thing, but says, hey, give me a list of intellectuals. And it produced a list. And as we had to go back and forth a little bit to kind of say, hey, how do you, how are you defining that? And then what's the criteria? And of course, I'm, focusing on YouTube, and not every intellectual or, self-proclaimed intellectuals on YouTube. But, one way or another, if, you're well known within the community, you'll get a little spotlight in a YouTube, channel by somebody else, right? You might get interviewed if you're popular enough. So, I took the list, and I broke it down so that, let's see, there it is. So, here's the list, that, the long list is like 558. And then I, for the sake of like, not just concentrating on, the most popular, but also the, trying to include some of the lower, popularity. And then I just made an arbitrary, decision, say, okay, anybody who's got 50,000 subscribers or above is going to be high popularity, and 50,000 below is low popularity. And some of these, are like hallucinations from Grok, that it's either making up the person, or it's making up how popular they are or are not. So, we're just going over this list, and even if you pause and kind of looked at this list, there's people that you might recognize that, you admire for what they do, what they present, etc. And then some of these people, you'd be like, I can't fucking listen to this guy. He's a piece of shit, et cetera, et cetera. So, we're going to go over this list. It's going to take, a long time. I'm trying to get through like 6 or so a weekend. And then hopefully, in a year or two, I'll be done. And then, we can move on to other topics. But so just to get started, I already picked out the 6 for today. And, this is just, to rehash, this is Grok's perspective on who, loosely gets defined as intellectual, something, that's enlightening, something that, makes you more intelligent every day, and then, my question is it true? What's the kind of, and here's the kind of rubric of like, what's the value of truth that they have? Are they succinct? Are they brief? Are they, just kind of talking on and on? Do they seem reasonable? Do they seem like you can talk to them? Are they willing to sit down and, if you have a question, are they able to go kind of back and forth, or like be able to deconstruct their own position to say, okay, here's where I'm coming from, right? And then here's some more kind of like logic questions. And then ultimately asking, is it worth subscribing? Right. So that, if someone's uploading a video, let's say every week, every month, every few months, are they producing something that's worth anything? Right. And then maybe I might give, most likely give like a criteria of, if you're this type of person, maybe you should subscribe. So the first one, the YouTube channel is called Horses. There's nothing about horses, it looks like. Let's see, we're looking at a list of pseudo, some of these are like philosophical questions or popular things, and then some of these are like pop culture. Arthur's darkest episode. Oh, jeez. So I don't know. It's like some of these YouTube people, they do like pop culture, which of course is just, this endless content, generator of just covering whatever's the most hyped, whatever popular thing of that moment. But I don't know why they're called horses. So let's see. The horses, essays by Michael Sorensen. So sounds like he's the creator. So I picked out one that seems digestible. So by horses, the YouTube video is called Why America Still Loves Guns. So, and we'll be pausing throughout, and I'll be adjusting the speed depending on how much content, how much actual intellectual content there is. So I'll be speeding it up if it's, just too slow, not enough stuff to chew on, and then slow it down if it actually gets into nitty gritty, information. So here we go.
And 1 week early on Patreon. Patrons also get exclusive videos and...
Okay, and we're skipping.
Compared to similar countries, America is a violent place. In America, people die violent deaths at a much higher rate than in other rich capitalist countries. This violence has expressed itself in a number of ways throughout history, but guns are currently and have always been part of the American language of violence. This video is not intended to prescribe some solution for American gun violence. I will not advocate for gun rights or for gun control in this essay. Instead, this video will identify in an objective way why America seems to have a genetic, unending, and unstoppable fondness for firearms. The first thing we should determine is simple. Do Americans actually love guns? The answer here is complicated. According to the Pew Research Center, only 32% of Americans say they actually own a gun.
Okay, I mean, so here, a lot of contextualizing. So if you don't know anything about American, kind of origins and the founding fathers, etc., that the right to bear arms is the Second Amendment, and the brief history is that America's founding has this checks and balances kind of structure. It's egalitarian in not necessarily individuals, but egalitarian in broad structures, right? So there's the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. That's at the federal level, the top, right? And then the states have some autonomy, sovereignty, let's just say rights, right? That the states have their own rights, and the USA is by definition a republic. So it's a constitutional republic where the document is the laws, not people, not an individual, is at the very peak of authority, right? So that's the basics of American founding, and then we get into the actual amendments where there's this balance of it was structured so that citizens are not below or above the government itself. It was supposed to be, kind of at odds. Like I said, the legislative, executive, and judicial are at odds with each other. And then specifically, the right to bear arms, the language is, the specific language is right. So this is the Google kind of answer, or the review. The Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, ratified in 1791, states a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. Okay, so that's the focus on the free state, in that even the federal government is not a higher authority at least, if we're just reading the language here, as the intended, not necessarily how it's been practiced, but at least intended that individuals and the state have the ability to defend itself in a military kind of, structure from, the so-called like tyrannical federal, government. So continuing, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It protects an individual's right to possess firearms, particularly for self-defense within the home. So there's been, kind of like historical, debates about like the proper interpretation of like, is it supposed to be for individuals, or is it supposed to be like a militia that, would have some sort of group rights, right, instead of individual rights? And at least from, the kind of Supreme Court and, the broad, not necessarily consensus, but, the broad accepted interpretation means that it's for individuals and not a militia. Like it's, as soon as if there was a real militia, the government would more likely crack down of like these people are potentially violent versus an individual, holding on to guns. Case examples was like the Black Panther parties, and that was cracked down, and then even like January 6th, where it wasn't like necessarily everybody had guns, but it was like painted as this kind of militia against, at least against the Democratic Party. So that's like the rough, context of that. And then, not everybody in America owns a gun, but if they do, most likely they own more than one. So back to the video.
Stat alone would indicate that perhaps Americans don't actually love guns as much as we may believe. But when we dig further into these statistics, we get a more comprehensive version of the truth. Despite a statistical ambivalence about gun ownership, Americans have more guns per capita than any other country in the world, by a large margin. Per 100 residents, America has about 120 guns. The next highest country is Yemen with about 53. So within the context of the globe, yes, we can say.
Yeah, I mean, to contextualize this, like America is a first world, on average, the richest nation compared to Yemen, New Caledonia, Montenegro, Serbia. I don't know about Canada, that's questionable. Uruguay. So it's not surprising that, one, the quality of the guns is much better than any of these, countries, but that they have the discretionary, money to spend on guns. So, it's not correct to frame this in the sense of like Americans are simply trigger happy. Like that's, it's like, oh, do they really like it? It's like, okay, well, the context is like quality, the quantity, the value, and then, we're going to be talking about, culture in a second, but, culturally, we're, comparing United States to Yemen, New Caledonia, Montenegro, Serbia, Canada. Well, again, that's more questionable. Uruguay is very different. So that, that's how we'll see how Americans might justify why they love guns.
Say that Americans relatively do love guns. The majority of Americans do believe that gun ownership is a right. Depending on whose statistics you look to, this support ranges from just over 50% to over 70%. Loving guns isn't inherently bad, but among high-income countries, America has the 7th highest rate of gun homicides. The countries that are ahead of America, though, are small nations with whom America probably can't be compared. Panama, the Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, to name a few. Notably, 2 of the countries that America trails are American territories. Puerto Rico.
Here, going back, what was the...
Can't be compared. America has the 7th highest...
Okay, so rates of firearm homicide among high-income countries 2021, age standardized rates per 100,000 population. So if you don't, haven't taken a stats class, the use of the 100,000 population is a type of like control for population difference, so that the United States, wait, and Virgin Islands, is that what it's saying? Okay, so the Bahamas is population is minuscule compared to United States, so approximately 404,000 is the population of Bahamas. So the bad interpretation of the stats is like, well, obviously America's got more homicides because the population is different. So in stats he goes, okay, well, the 100,000 population is the control for saying it's a percentage of the population, not the total quantity of the population. So this is trying to talk more of a cultural level instead of, or it's kind of sending information on a cultural level instead of a purely like math population level. And then I don't know if these are Trinidad, Bahamas, Puerto Rico, Panama, Saint Kilts, whatever. So again, once you study America as a whole, you see that United States is in many aspects multicultural versus most of these other ones. So like Puerto Rico are mostly Puerto Ricans, and that they share genetic and cultural values, and obviously Puerto Rico is technically, I think, a territory. I don't know what the official designation is now, but it's like a territory of the United States. But at least for this stat, they separated it. But United States as a whole has multi cultures that might explain the reasons for homicides. It's very unlikely that if you share the same culture as somebody, that you have the same traditions, the same religion, same practices, same habits, that you're less likely to shoot them or to commit homicide. So we'll talk about that more in a second.
Rate of gun homicides. The countries that are ahead of America, though, are small nations with whom America probably can't be compared. Panama, the Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, to name a few. Notably, two of the countries that America trails are American territories, Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. When we compare American homicide by gun rates with our global peers, America is an outlier. Among high-income countries with populations over 10 million, America is first with 4.52 gun homicides per 100,000 people. Saudi Arabia is a distant second. Canada has 0.62. The UK has 0.01. All of this put together can lead to a reasonable and objective conclusion. America leads the world by some margin in gun violence. But still, Americans love guns. So here we arrive at the core of this video. Why? Data can provide us with a contemporary but perhaps shallow answer to this question. Recent statistics show that 67% of gun owners have a gun for protection, 38% for hunting, 30% for sport shooting, 13% as part of a gun collection, and 8% for their job. On an individual
here, so for most people who kind of trying to wrap their minds around this, for protection, self-defense, so concealed carry and home defense. For hunting, typically in America, it's deer or duck or, I guess geese, probably. So deer, elk, those are the highest ones. Sports shooting, that's like clay pigeons. That's like, shooting not paper plates, but like, ceramic plates. And they got machines that do that as part of a gun collection. For the most part, guns retain their their value, or they become rare. So like there's this dynamic of like, it's rare for any manufacturer to like make the same gun, especially because the technology, and metallurgy and all that kind of stuff changes all the time. And also that regulations for guns change over time, so that it turns into this like cat and mouse game where, so a manufacturer creates one thing and then the legislation doesn't like it, but it's technically still legal to own that gun. But then eventually the legislation is going to address like, hey, you can't own that type of gun anymore. And then it goes discontinued. But, rather than the federal, system saying, hey, you can't even own it anymore. Typically it's like, hey, you can't produce it anymore because it's very unpopular to, have in America to specifically what would it's not a recall. It's like just demanding that people give up these, banned guns. So obviously like the ones, if you don't know anything about guns, is like full auto is banned for most, people. I think it's only like specialty places that you're even allowed to have them. And then there's, the size of the magazine, there's the buttstock, all that kind of stuff. So like, there's just this game between manufacturers and legislation where they go back and forth between like, we're going to create this thing. And then the legislation says, no, you can't have that. And then manufacturers like, okay, now we're going to create something a little different that doesn't break the rules. And then, it goes back and forth. And then at least for gun collections, things become rare because all of a sudden it's got discontinued, but it's still kind of popular. And then it, gains in value. And aside from the, kind of, financial value aspect, if there was ever, in the United States, if there was going to be this kind of like crackdown of you can't even own it anymore, or we're not going to allow any more guns to be made, right? So like every time, I think it was, every Democratic president that successfully gets elected, right? There's a time period of as soon as they're elected to, when they take office and, a little bit afterwards, then gun purchases increase because, at least most right-wing people fear that the left-wing people that's saying, hey, we're for gun control, going to say, hey, manufacturer, you can't make any more, and then all of a sudden you wouldn't be able to purchase guns. So again, this conversation at least happens with every election cycle, that's more heavily skewed towards the Democrats, and then for the most part, like nothing's happened for like an outright ban of new, guns. Obviously, there's various like successful legislative pushes for like magazine size and the buttstock and all that kind of stuff. So there's that aspect that is part of this kind of like why these numbers are the way they are. And then for their job is most likely I don't know exactly the exact law, but anybody who's police, anybody that's part of the security system, they're allowed to own certain types of guns, and it's not necessarily for, again, personal protection, personal home defense, for hunting, etc. So
13% as part of a gun collection and 8% for their job. On an individual level, these are reasonable justifications, but this data doesn't really tell us how or why guns have become so ingrained in American culture. The French have wine, Canadians have hockey, in much the same way Americans have guns. Why is this? Perhaps unsurprisingly, America's affinity for guns started a long, long time ago. When early colonists arrived in North America, they found Native Americans who were no strangers to violent conflict. However, these colonists brought with them a technology that would make conquering the New World fairly straightforward. That technology was, of course, the rifle. The colonists realized their rifles gave them an immense advantage over the native people, so colonial leaders mandated gun ownership. In 1658, Virginia required that, quote, every man able to bear arms have in his house a fixed gun. Around this time, Plymouth County also instated a similar law requiring every male to own a gun. This law would shortly thereafter be extended to the entirety of Massachusetts. At the time, these weapons were primarily intended to attack and defend against Native Americans. In his book The Barbarous Years, historian Bernard Bailyn notes that there was one group, Europeans, using violence to assert its will over another group, Native Americans. This basically set the precedent that violence, specifically gun violence, was a legitimate method of settling disputes and enacting one's own will in America. And sure enough, colonists began settling their own disputes with violence. Rates of European on European violence rose during this period. So perhaps it could even be an understatement to say that America was founded on violence. America was from its very beginning steeped in gun violence.
That's going too far. So for a moment, I was expecting it not to go this way, but it did start to go that way. So like, as context, if you're talking about 1776 or let's say 1400s, 1500s, 1600s, like everybody everywhere was accustomed to that level of violence. The technology is going to obviously vary over, the globe, but we're looking at this in hindsight of like, oh my goodness, Americans are unique in their violence. And you go, that's not like, that's not true. It's such an absurd topic, but like more specifically, like you see that, yes, Europeans, that the people that came from Europe were technologically normalized at the most neutral terms, normalized to own, firearms, right? And that the Native Americans were not. So, it's at the time, like colonialism as a whole is still like practiced in some nations, USA not so much, but that at that time, everybody was trying to conquer everybody else. So it's like, and if you study the like kind of founding fathers and Constitution and all that kind of stuff, like it wasn't literally like this kind of caricature of like guns shooting in the air, pew pew pew, kind of like the comic version of Americans. Like, yes, it was a tool, it was a weapon, it's made to conquer, etc. But the founding of America, could have not included any language about firearms, and it would still be America, in the kind of freedom loving sense. So, this right there is like for the last, 5 seconds, 10 seconds of this video, that's where it started steeping like, oh, it was literally like, George Washington was shooting his rifle, his musket to literally, write the Constitution, like, in cursive, like that's what he was making it sound like. But, I could be overstepping, but that, like, again, this, for a moment it was, it was on point, and then it, fell off.
Certainly conquering land is different than shooting up a school, but the point remains. Since Europeans arrived, America has had violence through the use of firearms. As America moved into the Revolutionary War, we see the evolution of America's gun culture. We shouldn't go so far as to say the Revolutionary War happened over the right to own guns. The British made some haphazard attempts at confiscating American guns, but this was not the driving force of the revolution. In reality, the revolution came from issues over taxes and representation in British government. But in any case, we won the Revolutionary War by using guns. Without firearms, today there would likely be no United States of America. This is an...
That's okay. That's a huge claim to make. If nobody had guns, again, not America, not the the entities that would become America, and neither the British had guns, that's a different story. Then we're talking about like, sword fighting and bayonets and, that kind of stuff. I guess like black powder altogether would be not part of the equation. So, if there wasn't guns, America would still be a thing, questionably, in, unless like you can make some sort of point about some sort of military tactic that, ships and throwing rocks from the shoreline wasn't going to solve the issue. But this is insane to say.
Important thing to remember as we discuss the country's ongoing cultural love for guns. Following the war, early colonists still had fresh memories of British troops and their treatment of American citizens. With this in mind, America and its leaders were not too keen on the idea of a standing American army. Quite the opposite. The idea of a national army was seen as antithetical to American liberty. However, the founding fathers did recognize that some type of military might would be necessary to keep the peace. So they set out to protect the private citizens' rights to organizing militias. Gun ownership is pointedly discussed within America's Bill of Rights. The Second Amendment reads, "A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." Both gun rights and gun control activists often claim that the Second Amendment is written in clear language. Both sides will proclaim that this amendment clearly supports their own argument. Indeed, when we examine this amendment, things can become confusing quite quickly. First of all, we have simple grammatical syntax. The English language has changed since this was written. Today, the sentence is difficult to parse. If we examine it only in form, as purely a grammatical exercise, the Second Amendment is difficult to understand. What do all of these commas mean? What exactly shouldn't be infringed, the militia or the guns themselves? To the modern reader, the Second Amendment is not written very clearly. After all, if it was, there certainly wouldn't be so much debate about it. The meanings of words have also changed in ways that can enhance arguments for either side of the issue. Take the word regulated. Pulitzer Prize-winning constitutional scholar Jack Rakove says that in the 18th century, regulated did not mean subjected to laws or government restrictions. Rather, it meant that the militia would be armed, organized, and properly effective. So we could take this interpretation to mean the Second Amendment does not endorse government regulation of firearms. But then there's the phrase bear arms. Saul Cornell is another leading constitutional scholar who's considered one of the foremost authorities on Revolutionary-era legal thinking. Cornell has indicated that the right to bear arms had almost nothing to do with personal self-defense in revolutionary America. At the time, firearms were not considered tools for self-defense. They were military objects. Edged weapons and blunt objects were more in line with the idea of self-defense.
Wait. It doesn't say it in the writing, but what the guy is, quoting. So we're going to listen to that one more time, because I think that's the part where I can kind of chew on.
At the time, firearms were not considered tools for self-defense. They were military objects. Edged weapons.
Yeah, that part. That's not, you can't, like, it's not possible to not consider it a self-defense weapon or tool, especially if it's going to be in the context of, a militia, or like, it's, of course, like, I don't know how you make the semantic argument that it's not inherently self-defense. Okay, yeah.
Weapons and blunt objects were more in line with the idea of self-defense. To use a gun for defending oneself would have been like using a hatchet to cut vegetables. It would work, but the idea was just kind of outlandish. So
No, I don't think it's outlandish at all. They defended, there used to be dueling. There used to be, guns were used to subdue, in the softest of terms, subdue opposition. So why would you use the analogy of using a hatchet to cut an orange? What the fuck?
To use a gun for defending oneself would have been like using a hatchet to cut vegetables. It would work, but the idea was just kind of outlandish. So this interpretation seems to indicate that the Second Amendment doesn't protect the right to gun ownership. Rakove and Cornell are both equally esteemed and qualified constitutional scholars, and each of them can lead us down different paths with the Second Amendment. These are just two examples, but there are endless more. Modern America has not been able to reach a conclusion on the Second Amendment because a lot of intelligent, qualified individuals have wildly differing interpretations of the text. Even the federal interpretation of the Second Amendment has swung wildly throughout time. For decades and decades, courts agreed that the Second Amendment did not protect individual rights to gun ownership. Rather, early Americans read the Second Amendment as protecting the existence of militias. However, in 2008, Supreme Court justices declared that the Second Amendment does in fact protect the right to individual gun ownership. Even still, this decision came with its fair share of conditions. Justice Antonin Scalia noted that firearms were subject to restrictions and regulations. The point of all of this is not to come to a conclusion on constitutional law. There are a lot of other Second Amendment stones I have left unturned here, and that is intentional. It is not my desire to advocate for any particular reading of the amendment, but rather we can take all of this to understand two things. First, the Founding Fathers believed
Here, hold up. All right, so let's just take a little side trip. Hopefully this is short. Militia definition in context of founding of America. Okay. In the context of the American founding, a militia was a state-based part-time military force. Again, state as in not the political philosophy terms state, but state as this kind of, equivalent of a providence, right? A chunk of this federal entity. So again, a militia was a state-based part-time military force composed of able-bodied male citizens rather than professional soldiers trained and armed for local, state, and national defense. So it's like in the equivalent of the contemporary National Guard is again, if we're just following this literally, that's the equivalent. And then continued, it was viewed as an essential alternative to a standing army, which the founders feared as a tool of tyranny. Okay, so like rather than the Department of Defense having their own federal national level army, they were saying, each state has their own ability to practice or have its own military forces for whatever state purpose. And then key characteristics in early America: composition generally all able-bodied men between certain ages, blah blah blah, considered militia, well regulated. In the 18th century, this phrase often meant well equipped and trained rather than tightly controlled by a central government. Organization: while the Constitution allowed Congress to organize and train them, militias were largely managed by state governments. Role: they were intended for the common defense, acting as a crucial military force during the American Revolution and protecting against local threats. Right. So we could go on and on, but that's the kind of, if you were taking the literal interpretation of the language, and then over time, the kind of rights that, again, the Second Amendment is giving for states to have this military force or, weapons in general, is then got dispersed or delegated to individuals. So again, not literally written in the Second Amendment, but reinterpreted so that the very same purpose of, at least, the spirit of the Second Amendment writing was then, kind of delegated so that, the kind of tyranny of a federal system or tyranny of anything, right? Again, this is like reinterpretation, not, the literal stuff. The reinterpretation is that it got then delegated to individuals to then protect themselves. And then, the kind of, there's the language of the homeowners and their castle, right? And defending their property. So, it started off at the state level and then it went down to the individuals. So
people should be allowed to keep rifles at home. This is included in the Bill of Rights. Second, America has never really known what to do about this. The Second Amendment has continuously been interpreted and reinterpreted as the basis for wildly divergent opinions and pieces of legislation. As we move forward past the 18th century, America's gun culture truly begins to take shape. In the mid-19th century, guns were still not seen as instruments of violence. Instead, they were tools. They were more shovel than sword. This was perhaps
no, absolutely not.
In part because they just didn't work very well. These guns were clunky, unreliable, inaccurate, and generally troublesome tools. But then a young man named Samuel Colt got to work. Around this time, Texans were fighting against the Comanche tribe. More accurately, they were trying to kill off the Comanches entirely. After hearing a remarkable battle story from a Texan named Sam Walker, Colt realized that firearms could have some romance about them. They could be more than tools. Guns could have some emotional meaning. So Samuel Colt began a massive marketing campaign. He associated his guns with the so-perceived bravery of defending America against foreigners and Native Americans alike. Just as early colonists had, Colt framed violence as a premier strategy for settling disputes. Samuel Colt sent free merchandise to politicians. He circulated pamphlets. He hired a famous painter to depict scenes.
Yeah, this is called basic marketing, right? You're trying to sell a product. You want people to be excited about buying the product. You want it to be a lifestyle or a status symbol whenever you try to sell, that product or service. It's got to be, again, basic marketing is that, it's not just the ownership, it's what the ownership represents, like culturally, right? Symbolically.
Of Colt guns saving American lives. Other firearms manufacturers soon followed suit. They all focused their efforts on handguns, which could be produced quite cheaply in America. For a long time, guns had been prohibitively expensive. That was no longer the case. Manufacturers like Colt made cheaper and cheaper handguns. In 1850, a Colt revolver was $12. By the year 1900, a .22 caliber Colt could be had for 18 cents. The country also had fewer restrictions.
Okay, you can't say that. Hold up. You can't just say it's $12 without context for inflation.
18 cents.
Okay, that's insane to do.
1850, a Colt revolver was $12. By the year 1900,
Hold up. Okay, hold up.
revolver was $12. By the year 19.
Here, let's do closed captions.
Manufacturers like Colt made cheaper and cheaper handguns. In 1850, a Colt revolver was $12. By the
Okay, 1850. Jesus Christ, this is like basic stuff. I can't believe they're saying, this numbnuts is saying it this way. $12 now. Okay. $12 in 1850 is worth $508 today, 2026 money. According to data from the officialdata.org, it reflects cumulative inflation increase of over 4,000%. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's only $12 in 1850. That's manipulative when you don't contextualize it that way. Okay, and then there's the ammo part.
The year 1900, a .22 caliber Colt could be had for 18 cents.
1900. Okay, 1900 for $0.018 now. Okay, that's cheap. You said 1900, 22 caliber Colt. This is probably made out of shit, but it's the equivalent of $7 today. Okay, so that's cheap, but the previous one was not. $500 is not like it's not like dirt cheap. It's not wildly expensive, but it's not nothing. It's not like fucking like the cereal box like toys. It just like comes for free. It's like it's only $12. That's crazy.
The country also had fewer restrictions on firearms than Europe, which alone incentivized gun ownership. People could, so they would. These newer, smaller guns were also quite convenient. They were more reliable than past firearms and could be neatly tucked away into the belt line. Combine all of this with an effective marketing campaign, and firearms like the new Colts were immensely successful. These guns made it easier to kill people. Strangling or beating a person to death brought an immense amount of risk. You could get hit back. There's also a lot of thought that had to occur before, during, and after such an act. Rifles were too cumbersome and bulky to carry around on one's person. There were essentially barriers to entry as far as violence was concerned, but handheld revolvers and handguns broke these down entirely. Now within a second or two, you could kill a man without a whole lot of effort, psychological or physical. During the 14 years when these changes were happening, firearms ownership ballooned to 10 times what it had been at the turn of the century. This reality was occurring against an increasingly violent backdrop. As the country hurled itself towards a civil war, America was becoming more and more homicidal. With the proliferation of slavery, there arose a new group.
Wow. What kind of language is that? That's crazy. Just saying America's more homicidal. Again, the entire world, if we're talking about what, Civil War USA, 1860s. I mean, everybody was wildly violent. Pick any nation, any country, any territory at the time, wildly violent. It's like night and day difference of the amount of peace that you experience now in at least America and, most of the European Union, like the amount of peace that you have on a day-to-day basis compared to 150 years ago is nuts.
Group which Americans desired to control. Taking cues from their forefathers, slave owners and other Americans used widely available firearms to control African slaves. Homicide rates skyrocketed across the nation in a time that is often called the Riot Era. Alongside this, increasing industrialization was making American cities more bountiful and more populated. This surge in productivity required more labor, so immigrants began to pour into America's largest cities. They were met with rampant xenophobia, which often translated to violence. Some American political parties declared that these immigrants, Scottish, Irish, and German, would bring with them violence, and that increased immigration meant increased danger for Americans.
Okay, so that we're getting into the multiculturalism aspect of, if you share the same culture as somebody else, you're less likely to, consider them an enemy in the first place. And that, specifically to here, that you're not likely to get into some gun related violence. But at this time, a lot of immigration was happening. And then you've got, people fresh off the ship that, from Scotland, from Ireland, from Germany, from wherever, that, as soon as they land, they don't automatically like learn the language, that it becomes this like quick or even easy melting pot, right? So the melting pot is, if you don't know, is just this, at least like, symbolic of like this idea of, imagine America as this big pot, and that everybody who comes into it becomes part of the soup, right? Of like indistinguishable from each other, that, it's not like a salad where, you can like still be able to pick them apart and says, okay, that's lettuce, that's tomato. You're going like, it's all soup. I can't, it's all the same, and it's all mixed together. And then, if you have this kind of multiculturalism instead of monoculturalism, you get these, obviously more popular on the East Coast, especially in the New York City area, of where you would get entire neighborhoods that were, not necessarily, were they regulated to be like, okay, this is the Scottish neighborhood, here's the Irish neighborhood, here's the German neighborhood, but it's not surprisingly that if you barely know the language, you're going to find people that speak your language, and then slowly that, assimilation could happen or, will happen. So, hopefully, we talk about this in the not so language that is, manipulative.
All of this, the violence and the proliferation of firearms, just spread and spread. The American West became the Wild West as prospectors clashed with Native Americans. So across the entire country in the late 1800s, American violence was again in its ascendancy. Gun violence had worked for the colonists, it had worked for the revolutionaries, so now it was working for post-Civil War Western prospectors, Southern Americans, and xenophobic urbanites. These conflicts all reflect an idea that guns should be used to settle disputes. It is this idea which is perhaps at the core of America's gun culture. So for decades, that was exactly what happened. In the 1900s, America just got more and more homicidal. In 1900, the homicide rate was roughly 1 per 100,000 people. By 1930, it was almost 10 per 100,000 people. Much of this was due to gun violence surrounding prohibition and organized crime. America was in a sort of Tommy gun era, and its impacts were devastating. And so, we come to the next major force in America's gun culture, the NRA. By the 20s, the NRA had already been around for some 50-odd years. The group was originally founded to increase marksmanship abilities. For decades, they mostly organized shooting competitions. But after the Great Depression, the NRA began to drift into the political sphere. Their goal, though, was not the loosening of restrictions. Often the opposite was true. In the early 20s, the NRA successfully pushed for increased firearms regulation, hoping to ensure that only respectable, serious individuals could own guns. President Roosevelt signed 2 pieces of legislation which
Okay, so one thing, any organization, right? Religious, non-religious, focused on a particular activity, a bunch of activity, doesn't matter, right? Any organization that starts to gain money, have people that will listen to them in not just America, but many, many places, or most all places, will try to gain more power. And obviously, if they have essentially made a business model, I believe they run on, membership fees, that they have to look like they're doing something. And, if it's going to be, membership and classes and whatnot, right, then eventually they might get enough money to say, hey, let's gain more political influence or power. So NRA is not special. Maybe they're just an example of the many, many organizations that, gained power through American history.
Regulated commercial firearms sales, the 1934 National Firearms Act and the 1938 Federal Firearms Act. These 2 acts imposed paid registration on some weapons and federal registration for gun dealers. They also prohibited felons from purchasing guns at all. The NRA convinced Congress to exclude handguns from this new legislation, but broadly supported the bills. In 1934, the NRA president said in a testimony to Congress, "I do not believe in the general promiscuous toting of guns. I think it should be sharply restricted and only under licenses." The NRA began to change, though, when a new wave of violence came to America. After the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., a wave of riots spread across Baltimore. There emerged an increasing level of anxiety and violence around the civil rights movement. Richard Nixon was elected president as a law and order candidate. One of his first moves was to militarize urban police forces with heavier weaponry. And so Nixon continued these traditions of guns and violence being used to control a disobedient group and to settle conflict in America. Gun violence went again on the upswing. Gun homicides increased sharply by 51%. Assaults using firearms rose even more by an astounding 84%. Guns were also becoming cheaper. Inexpensive handguns were being imported from overseas like never before. In 1955, 67,000 handguns were imported to the U.S. In 1968, that number increased to about 1 million. At this time, the NRA was still firmly on the side of gun control. In 1968, NRA President Harold Glasson said in a lecture, "Does the right to keep and bear arms mean that every individual has a right to carry a gun at all times, concealed or openly? Obviously not." This same year, the U.S. government passed the Gun Control Act.
To give some, the context, like, it's at least like conceptually manageable to say, shouldn't give guns to babies, shouldn't, little kids shouldn't have their own kind of private ownership. It's, heavily regulated with parents involved if they have any guns at all. And then, people that are absolutely insane, people that, are criminals, obviously right now it's felons. But so, it makes sense. Like politics in general is always a reflection of the times, right? So that if somebody takes one position, the opposing side is going to take an opposite position normally, right? So at least in the kind of like 1950s, 1960s era, that at the time multiculturalism and like hippie movements and counterculture movements was really popular. So the idea that, keeping it, I don't know, a little elite was probably the NRA's perspective at the time, that even, that like everybody, there was a lot of people taking drugs, drug culture and hippies was, becoming more and more popular. LSD, acid, shrooms, and, whatever, ayahuasca, all that kind of stuff. And the idea that you're just going to let anybody, again, at perspective at the time, let anybody own any gun, it makes sense to say, hey, it's got to be regulated a little bit. Like, again, it's a reflection of the time of what conversations were being held at that time. So,
Act of 1968, prompted by the assassination of President Kennedy. However, the conservative movement in America was beginning to change dramatically. Increasingly, conservatives saw any and all government regulation as inherently problematic. Conservatives placed more and more value on personal freedoms. People like Barry Goldwater, Jerry Falwell, and Howard Jarvis pushed legislation under this new anti-government sentiment. The NRA was a conservative organization, and so they too underwent a seismic shift, almost overnight. In the 1970s, a man named Harlan Carter was an increasingly vocal member of the NRA. He took a hardline stance, believing that no amount of firearms legislation was acceptable. When asked if violent criminals and the mentally ill should be allowed to own guns, Harlan replied that it was the, quote, price we pay for freedom. Harlan wrote a letter to NRA leadership imploring them to take his position, declaring that we can win it on a simple concept: no compromise, no gun legislation. In the mid-70s, Carter would go on to essentially lead a coup against NRA leadership. This resulted in him winning the position of executive vice president. Under Harlan's leadership, the NRA entered into an entirely new era. The new NRA spread a narrative that the U.S. government had a secret plan to disarm all Americans. The gun, Carter said, was the sole tool for defeating this government oppression. Further, Carter's NRA leveraged rising crime rates and racial anxieties to rally support for gun rights. This was all a massive success. Membership in the NRA tripled under Carter from 1 million to 3.7 million. Carter hired a team of lobbyists and activists.
We talked about how, like, if you want to drive sales, then, selling the idea that they're going to take away the guns will drive sales. Like, every election, Democratic election cycle, that's pretty much the case, where ammo, and guns both increase in sales, fearing that you're not going to be able to, purchase more. It's like the toilet paper fiasco, during COVID. It's not necessarily is that, you're not going to be able to own it at all. Is that they're just not going to, they can easily crack down on manufacturers saying, hey, you can't make any more, that we're going to regulate that. So people then hoarded, guns. And then, at least with guns, it retains its value and it, lasts for many, many years. So if you buy today and then it goes through more restrictions, it's going to be more valuable in the future, right? So that's, a valuable commodity. And then ammo is the same thing. Ammo, doesn't go bad if you like leave it in the air exposed for a day or something like that, it lasts a very long time. So, you know, and the same thing with the COVID like toilet paper fiasco is there was this kind of social group fear that what am I going to do if I run out, right? And so it's easier to sell people that to buy something if they're afraid of the consequence, the alternative, right? So that you're not going to be able to defend yourself, etc. So if anybody who's studied American history for the last 60, 70 years knows that they had these moments of like public unrest. So if obviously most of you listening now know what it was like during 2020, right? Of the mostly peaceful summers, and then you talk any kind of protest rioting situation, it builds tension, and then there's this an idea of like you can always sell people on that it could get worse, right? So then at least there's the reassurance that guns bring that it's powerful. That's the case, that if you have one and the other person doesn't, then that's enormous leverage in a fight. So
who racked up victories across the country. Several states under NRA guidance added the right to bear arms into their constitution. The NRA repeatedly defeated efforts to increase gun control measures on a federal level. Even after Carter left his position in the 80s, the NRA continued to find political success. They raised $70 million for Republican House Leader Newt Gingrich, and they spread pro-gun messaging throughout important swing state elections. Near the turn of the century, the NRA capitalized on the unpopularity of Bill Clinton, tax increases, and failed government reform policies. However, as Senator Chris Murphy points out in his book, the NRA accomplished a lot after the year 2000, despite having very little actual power. The NRA did not spend a lot of money compared to other lobbyists and super PACs. In 2012, NRA endorsed candidates only won 1 out of 7 elections. During this time, there was very little statistical electoral advantage to having the NRA on your side. Bizarrely, the NRA had become an effective political force without actually having much in the way of political capability. Murphy, a politician himself, notes the phenomenon of the squeaky wheel. While a small minority of Americans support everything the NRA advocates for, the NRA encourages that minority to be as loud as possible. This, of course, skews public perception, which can result in real legislative and electoral action. The NRA also has a remarkably strong brand. For a politician, the NRA endorsement broadcasts a lot more than gun rights. It's a conservative badge of honor. Whether or not the voting population agrees with the NRA on individual policy issues, a candidate earning their endorsement can be an important piece of the electoral puzzle. Culturally, the NRA also has a significant impact among citizens. The NRA, building on centuries of tradition, continues to tie gun ownership to liberty and personal freedom. Whether or not you, personally, the viewer, agrees with this notion, it must be said, this is the angle for the NRA. They are carrying the torch of their forefathers. Like Samuel Colt, the NRA proclaims that guns are more than just objects. They are symbols of freedom. For a long time, the NRA was viewed quite favorably among Americans. And
yeah, so that part is important to kind of underscore, is that the symbolic and the symbolic nature of guns is that there's this, you get this sense of status where you're able to control your own destiny. So in the kind of literal and figurative sense of like that, owning it represents something. It's a status symbol in of itself to own it, but then obviously it's kind of expensive, and it's handling a tool that can obviously potentially kill people. And then the other aspect of like American founding fathers and all that kind of rhetoric, right, was emphasizing individuality, and obviously it was in the contrast of British colonialism. So it goes along in the same narrative of like individual autonomy and sovereignty, and having the ability and power to defend oneself. And obviously it could be used in much more destructive sense of like being able to kill people that you don't like. So that's the kind of like symbolic aspect that people can kind of like culturally support. Like it's still popular in America, and that it's the kind of gun-toting fireworks shooting kind of Americanism is this this caricature that at least the majority of Americans agree with, this idea of liberty and individuality, regardless of the kind of left right wing, both left wing and right wing people have this this inclination towards individual freedoms. And then obviously the disagreement is where that happens, but at least that kind of Americanism of individual freedom is still there. And that's why in my so I've got this 2D spectrum thing that I created where America is seen as this, again, briefly, left to right, individual liberty, right is social collective, where, less liberties. Up and down is the kind of totalitarian versus adversarial systems. And America kind of lands somewhere around here, where like 9 is like a very, egalitarian type system, or at least like a balance between federal and individual. And then American is getting closer to this bottom left of strong sense of individual liberty plus adversarialism that democracy and other politics create. So everyone's close to each other, but if we had to compare that, USA is much more individualistic and more liberty oriented than China, right? So again, both left and right wing politics within America both have that rhetoric, even though there's a different flavor to what they define as how people should be able to express or manifest that individual freedom.
So this messaging was very successful. In recent years, though, they have begun to lose much of this cultural capital. But when we put all of this story into a pot, we get the American gun culture. Up to this point, I have omitted one perhaps large part of American gun culture: media. America is the land of media. Much of this media is very violent, and much of it includes guns. Research on the correlation between violent media consumption and violent behavior has produced mixed findings. This media is a part of the American gun culture, but if we blame violent video games, movies, and music for this culture, I think we are looking at the equation from the wrong end. After all, violent media does not just erupt out of nowhere and produce violent behavior en masse. Video games, movies, music are all created as reflections of American sensibilities. Companies produce violent media because America wants violent media. These things are part of the existing gun culture, and maybe they even exacerbate that culture, but they are not the cause of it. They are more symptoms and virus.
I can't believe I have to keep on having to do this, but like part of media or entertainment or video games is experiencing the novelty of doing something you haven't done before, or that you're not ever able to do, right? So if you living in modern day America, you're not a knight in shining armor slaying dragons, that you're not shooting up a grocery store and stealing everyone's money, right? So like Grand Theft Auto video games let you experience those things, and that it's almost contrary to what he just said of like, it's not that Americans, again, specifically in that regard of video games or entertainment or media, it's because we don't do it that there's some novelty to, pretending to do it in a video game. If America was every day shooting and killing people and, robbing and, all that kind of stuff, a game like GTA, Grand Theft Auto would not be popular because it wouldn't have any novelty. So, Doom, I think he was showing the video game Doom. It's like, when's the last time you shot a demon? Okay, well, now there's a novelty with the idea of being, a human soldier that, goes through hell and shooting a bunch of, demon monsters, right? So, when's the next time you're going to be able to shoot a rail gun, right? So it's not that Americans are violent, therefore they like video games. It's almost because of the opposite.
It's seems to me that America's affinity for guns comes from three places. It is the sum of three parts: tradition, rights, and mythology. In this country, we have a long-standing tradition of gun violence. The landmass was conquered through gun violence. The country itself was founded on gun violence. Time and time again, social conflicts have been solved through the means of force, often with a firearm. This macro tradition has leaked into the micro. For some Americans, guns are now a legitimate way to settle disputes or control groups of people. The right to own
No,
guns
to
is
settle disputes. That's insane. Any disputes? You go, I have a problem with the lady at the DMV. He goes, kapow. And that's we're talking about like gang violence, but if we're talking disputes, we have the judicial system that handles most disputes. You know, if we have to just take a total like count of all disputes, guns wouldn't even be like top 10 of, you know, the way that disputes are settled. It's usually boring contracts and showing up to court and hiring a lawyer. Like that's most disputes. All right, I'm digressing.
Expressed in the American Bill of Rights. The country was founded with firearms in mind in one way or the other, but due to aging language, changing times, and increasing polarization, there is little agreement on how exactly America should protect this right. Guns have a profound mythological meaning in America. In the very early days of the country, capitalists began active efforts to galvanize the mythology of guns within American culture. They were successful, and this is a process which has not stopped. Its effects have not abated. For hundreds of years, American companies and organizations have produced messaging that ties guns directly to American identity. All nations around the world have their collective cultural
that's fair. That's fair. That yes, there was advertising, people selling it, you know, people manufacturing, people trying to sell it. That's, you know, that's, you get something that is inherently powerful, that's a leverage force in a conflict, you know, violent conflict, and that, you know, that's true in that regard. Is America unique in that sense that, you know, the whole founding of America was an antithesis, a kind of, you know, contrast towards like monarchies and top-down governments. So, you know, America is unique in that sense of it, at least loosely. There was this balance of not necessarily that the individual was always the most powerful, which doesn't even make sense, but that, you know, they are given certain rights, so that if you were, you know, in a monarchy in any other country, you didn't have that kind of emphasis of individuality. So again, that, yes, in that regard, America's unique, but then not the violent part is not unique to America. It's just the, you know, America as a whole is still one of the oldest nations in the world, that everybody else, for the most part, switched over from, you know, especially World War I and World War II, switched over from a monarchy to some sort of constitutional democracy type, you know, republic system. So that, you know, 1776 in that era, everybody else came in at like the 19 somethings, right? So, you know, I guess I'm more upset about how this story is being told instead of the actual facts.
Guns are the American incarnation of this phenomenon. Gun control activists say that something must give, that gun violence is out of control, and that we simply must act. More often than outright removal of firearms, activists often demand a compromise that takes the form of increased gun regulation. The other side says that we already have regulations in place, that they already have compromised. They point to the thousands and thousands of gun laws which already exist on federal, state, and local levels. This debate just goes on, and I'm not really sure what the path forward is, but I do think that understanding the gun within American history and mythology could be a good place to start.
Well, I mean, whatever. I don't know why they call themselves horses, but okay. So, review aspect, the horses, the YouTube channel Horses, with 1.48 million subscribers, which seems crazy. That, you know, the capital T truth value, there's some, they definitely manipulated, you know, aspects of American history or the context as it was in the world. Is it succinct and boiled down? Is it brief? Yeah, for the most part, they covered a lot for 27 minutes. That was pretty good. Chatability, reasonability, not so much. It seems like there were some aspects where they were specifically leaving out things that, a regular conversation might not go so well. Um, you know, did they have, sorry, what was, is it relatable for the general audience? Yeah, I think for, people who didn't study constitutions and, political philosophy, and at least like doesn't have the ability to have this kind of like conceptual alternative thinking that, if you were just kind of, eating snacks and, listening half-heartedly, you'd just be like, oh, this guy's really got it. Because he does a decent job with storytelling in that regard of like, he had that narrative and then, he's got this kind of intro, middle, conclusion, and the conclusion then shows, the things that were talked about. So in that sense, relatable to the general audience. Yes. Thesis, it's a weak thesis of like missing the part about how America's founding like principles were not explained in this video, and that in the context of the world, why did the founding fathers say that, in a way that, they said things that were, or create policy or create legislation, like the amendments that, as it was written, right? So, weak thesis. It's not, I'm disagreeing that America doesn't love guns, is the reasoning why it loves guns. And then, it's still a weak point if we're just taking in the word loves, is that it's not even the majority of the population. What is it? Less than 50% even own guns. So, it's like, oh, it's not really true, not really true. Counter arguments, none. Do they address the, nothing. Okay. So is it worth subscribing? I would say no. Again, if you're just like casual, eating lunch and going to listen to it, it's one thing, but like, if you were trying to like nail down specific truths, this one's missing it. So that decision gets reflected in, so I've got my list of things. Let's see, horses. There it is. So horses, it disappears from that list. And then I go back to the main list. And then, come on. All right. So horses. Okay. Definitely, if we're going to categorize the type of YouTube channel, it's not a mad scientist, kind of armchair spectator journalism. Oh, that's really close. I'm going to give it to him that it's kind of journalism. Armchair spectators, like, really didn't do the research, but he definitely did, some research. It's just not like intellectually thorough. Shallow journalism, pretty much the conclusion. And then at least with this example, sorry, here's just kind of some bookkeeping. So here's the example being used, and then 04/11/2026. Okay. So that concludes that channel. Next one is a low popularity. Not necessarily that. So this guy is Wilford Riley. Looks like he doesn't own or have his own YouTube channel. So there's a lot of other channels that interview him, and it looks like he's some of these people I already recognize. So this is an hour 15. Okay, 6 minute or 9 minute video. 12. Great. Okay, yeah, we're not going to do an hour 25 of this guy. So, all right, so this is YouTube channel called Dad Saves America with 483,000 subscribers, interviewing Wilford Riley. The title, Wilford Riley Debunks the 1619 Project View of Racism and Slavery. which is a great kind of topic that we were just talking about, American founding fathers and the Constitution. So, all right, here's a 9-minute video.
Empirically, as a political scientist, the United States of America is one of the least racist countries on earth. I mean, this is not very disputed data. It actually, World Population Review, in my opinion, stopped running this information a couple of years ago during the national mental meltdown following the death of Mr. Floyd because of the implications of this sort of plain fact. But I mean, every year there's surveys.
Here, hold up. So there's and he's probably going to talk about it, but so there's two different major perspectives on the definition of racism, right? So I love this etymology. I got it, bookmarked. So the etymology of racism. So if you don't know, etymology means like the origin and the kind of historical context of, how it might have changed over time, etc. So racism as a noun by 1928, in common use from 1935, originally in a European context, racial supremacy as a doctrine, the theory that human characteristics and abilities are determined by race. So that's the kind of, if you're taking the prefix or the root word race and then adding a postfix ist or ism, it's typically the definition of the postfix ism or ist is a belief and or advocacy of whatever that root word is. So this definition is kind of going along with those lines of that there is such a thing as race, that, the theory that human characteristics and abilities are determined by race, right? So that, that's kind of the historical use that the concept of, race as like, here's, people from that lived in Europe, here's the people that lived in, Asia, and then that they have these, X, Y, and Z characteristics of, hair color, skin color, size of your nose, size of your ears, height, et cetera, et cetera. And, talking about human characteristics and abilities. And then, let's see, maybe it's going to talk about the second part. Okay, so etymology saying compare various senses of race as in racialism applied to American social systems from the late 1930s. This meaning of nationalism is in no sense implies any consent to the doctrine of racism, which holds that unity of racial origin is the main principle of unity for civil society, and that members of each ethnical branch, I probably haven't heard that word before, ethnical branch, should properly aim at grouping themselves together in so many national states. Okay, so it's roughly saying like, it's not to say that race is the same thing, necessarily the same thing as having the same culture. If, that it's two different things, at least what this one's saying. And then, okay, so yeah, it doesn't. So the etymology side does not include the DEI woke definition. So, what Wilfred Riley's talking about is the not the historical, that some people have, similar human characteristics and whatnot. But now, we're talking about, hopefully he's going to explain that, there's the woke definition of racism, where it's not just that people have characteristics and, abilities. It's that there's this, political oppression that, systemic, the social infrastructures to empower one group and to oppress the other, right? That's the modern, uses. And then he's still saying that definition is not as true, as it might have been in the past. So that, he's saying that less and less is the case that there's kind of systemic oppression.
Well-trained social scientists, and I'd imagine the major universities of the world in urban areas that you'd expect to be more tolerant than the average, simply ask people how they would feel about having a neighbor of a different race or caste. Is this something you'd object to? This is totally anonymous. I'll look up the details of the project after the call, but it's very well done. It's universally accepted in my field. And the United States of America invariably is one of the countries where the smallest number of people would object to a neighbor of a different race, religion, anything similar. And this is part of a general pattern, actually, where 94% of Americans support interracial marriage. That's true across whites and blacks. I mean, so on down the line.
So this is if assuming that, what he's saying is true, this is a reflection of, it's an interesting kind of semantic kind of distinction to make of, there's multiculturalism is by definition, that there's this kind of diversity within a community or a location, that there's multiple cultures, but what that would have been kind of the stereotypical example would have been like New York City, and how there's different neighborhoods and boroughs that are becoming distinct in, here's the, Chinatown, here's the Brazilians, here's the, X, Y, and Z kind of groups that are existing in the same rough political structure, but are staying distinct, that they haven't become a melting pot. So that would be, the classic kind of multiculturalism. And then what I think he's going towards is this kind of monoculturalism of that, because the melting pot is happening, where it's not, the cultures are mixing together so much that it's not a big deal anymore when, neighbors are different races or different religions, where it's not, again, technically the religion has changed over time. And then for sure, race has changed over time, that the actual composition has changed, and the actual qualities of race and religion has changed over time. That there's this new, every year it's becoming, new and a new and a new, in the sense of, it's this monoculture is getting redefined every year, but that the cultures now compared to 100 years ago in America are becoming a monoculture, that having a different race or having a different religion is still part of this context of an actual monoculture, instead of this, at least rhetorically talked about multiculture. That, if just because your neighbor is a different skin color than yours doesn't necessarily mean that they have a different culture of values that you don't even believe in. It's still in this context of everybody in your neighborhood is American and has very similar American values. And therefore, it's not that big of a deal anymore if they're a different skin color, or that, they're a different race, in this new context.
So yeah, we're not the most racist country in the world. We're one of the least.
I have experienced this anecdotally, which is when you travel, and the ironic thing is when you travel to places like Scandinavia,
Okay.
the kind of racism that you encounter is so much more overt, it's almost shocking to you.
Yep.
Compared to here in the States. Or Japan, which I haven't been to, but I have many friends who've spent time in Japan, and they're like, oh, Japan is just, it's overt. And it does seem like where you have very homogenous populations, you just tend to have people who are more overtly racist, more overtly worried and afraid of people that don't look like them. And then you come to America, where we're a melting pot, and we're used to getting on a subway or going to a grocery store and seeing lots of different types of people and being okay with it. And yet we have this narrative that we are uniquely horrible, that we were sort of born in 1619, and this is permeating our education system. I know your book, your upcoming book, is called "The Lies Your Liberal Teacher Told You," and this feels like one of them. This
Sure.
feels like one of those lies.
So at the global scale, there's only a few nations in the world that has as much, at least initial multiculturalism, as America. So that like Brazil, I would say is one of them, where initially there's various groups coming together, and then they were allowed to live there, and then over time, the assimilation melting pot mechanism happens over many years, and that a new monoculture is forming. Is it there yet? Questionable. But you could still say, like, definitely say, like, after however many decades and decades, that if you have races, interrace, reproduction happening, that these kind of distinct identities of who's from Portugal and who's from Africa, all that kind of stuff, doesn't matter as much, right? And that very few nations in the world have even allowed that initial multiculturalism to happen. And the most of the world is very homogenous and very xenophobic, in that sense of, like, they won't even allow the people to travel there. So like if you let's say try to go to Japan, try to go to Israel, try to go to a bunch of places, that you're not even allowed in if you're not a certain race, and if you haven't, like, got the right documentation to back it up, like that you don't even get the chance to kind of live in the country, to have this kind of melting pot effect. So at least in America, obviously that was a thing. And then, you could try to argue that, like, well, there's like this crackdown of illegal immigrants, and that's being really xenophobic. It's like, for the most part, even if you're from Mexico, if you do all the paperwork and all the steps, and you learn the language, and there's the civics, history, in addition to language requirements, that you'll have the opportunity to become an American citizen, especially if you get married to an American. That's a whole thing. So in some countries, that's not even allowed. It didn't matter if you married, or it didn't matter if you learned the language, or you'll just never become a citizen in any fashion. Not even, like, at least in America, there's like green cards and visas and that kind of stuff, where you can say, hey, I don't have the full citizenship, but I have got, at least some right to be here, and live in the nation. So, so again, even if you're from Mexico and you're trying to get into the States, if you're trying to have a hard time is just crossing the border illegally, right? You just hopped over a fence, whatever. But to call America xenophobic against Mexicans is like, well, did you even go through any of the paperwork, right? And that, you have to do all these extra steps that, yeah, you could argue, like, the whatever Trump administration is changing the requirements for citizenship, but it's not like an outright ban saying, no, it's never allowed. So, there's a lot of poetry of, like, it feels like it's xenophobia, and trying to be hyperbolic about it instead of factual.
That our kids are being told that we are this uniquely racist country. So that's one example of how we're not. You just ask people around the world, what else should I, as a parent, help my kid understand about race in America, so that they don't fall into this trap?
Well, there are a lot of different points here. I mean, so first, to engage the main thing you said, I mean, yeah, like, most nations are far more overtly racist than the United States. And this isn't just true of white nations, by the way. I mean, so, like, when you mentioned Japan, the Japanese word for foreigner is still gaijin. I mean, you see this in, anime comic books. Gaijin means foreign devil. And that's extremely, extremely common. The Chinese word for foreigner used for both whites and blacks is guailofan. Excuse my pronunciation, but that means barbarian dog, if I recall correctly. The experience with
Okay.
whites, certainly probably with black Ethiopians or whatever as well, would have been foreign warriors that were viewed as a bit below those of the Middle Kingdom, much less its elegant silk-clad diplomats. So I mean, this is an extremely common attitude. You see this as well in the traditionally historically powerful black nations, Arabic nations. I mean, there's a famous meme, you see this on Facebook and Twitter, of an Asian American who went to, I believe, Nigeria to help the local black population. And when he got there, he found that Nigeria is a rising, top 30 global economy, and that he was greeted with constant racism. So the image in the meme is like all these black kids pulling their eyes to the side so they can, quote unquote, look Chinese to tease him. It's a whole soccer field doing it. And the guy's like,
I've
what?
not seen this.
No, it's, I don't know what you'd search for to find it, try to think of something politically correct. But I mean, it's just, that is extremely, extremely common everywhere outside of what some people call the weird zone, the Anglosphere, basically.
Yeah, so there's this trend of America as a whole is like just geographically, the literal physical size of it is so large that the Americans' version of vacation traveling is going from their state to another state. Not, that's the most common. That either your state is big enough that you can travel within the state to, have this novelty experience of vacation, or you go to another state and that's, a few hours driving, or you fly or whatnot. But there's enough diversity, physically speaking, within America where, it's less of an incentive or less of a possibility to travel to another nation. Like if you're in the smack dab in the middle, like, Kansas or something, it's going to take you days to get to a new country. Like, you could probably get it within a day if you drove more than, it's got to be like 15, 20 hours to get to a different country. But if you traveled, like if you're in the middle of Europe and you traveled 15 hours, by driving, you're in the other side of the continent. Like that's not, so you can experience all these different things, different cultures, different distinct, less and less, but, sovereign nations, a lot quicker in Europe. And the same thing in, Africa, Asia. Like if you travel 20 hours, you're on the different side of the continent at that point. So what that does, so getting back to the point, what that does is that Americans don't actually have a very global perspective compared to the rest of the world. So that, there's most Americans have plenty of entertainment and media, TV, movies, music, events to go to, etc., that they don't have to look for more entertainment at the rest of the world for the most part, right? That yes, there's a cultural exports from Japan and, K-pop, Korean, cultures. But like Americans are plenty, there's a surplus of things to keep distracted, so that they never have to learn anything about any other country. Right. And then, they are, Americans are the superpower in that there's no richer country to like admire, to, if you're maybe like Dubai or something like that, of like maybe it is ultra concentrated location of wealth, but then they're not a cultural export. So even if they are the, hypothetically the richest, nation in the world of like the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, or, the Dubai kind of locations, that they're not exporting their culture, like movies and music, etc., to then, Americans to actually experience. So what happens is that America, kind of funny that it becomes this kind of culturally isolated pocket where everybody else in the world, because America exports culturally so much that everybody else is aware of what's happening in America, but America is not fully aware of what's happening in the rest of the world. That, at least like the perception of Africa, like some people don't even realize it's a continent instead of like a single nation, that Africa is not a nation, and that it's not a monoculture in any aspect. But, from the American perspective, it looks like a monoculture because they have no frame of reference of like the actual diversity that's happening within Africa. Right. And so, what then happens is that once you've got this kind of culturally isolated, again, perspective wise, culturally isolated space, is that then everything is from that perspective of Americans staring at America and other Americans saying that, look at what we're doing of, hey, George Floyd, hey, Rodney King, etc. That becomes the narrative about, how they think the whole world operates. And then they're, typically surprised as soon as they travel to, any other nation and saying, holy shit, being called the equivalent of a cracker, right? As soon as you land in another nation would be shocking for most, white-skinned Americans, to experience that. So, I think, this guy's making decent points, and then I'm hoping he actually explains what the 1619 Project is.
It's partly due to homogeneity, but even in very heterogeneous countries like Mexico and India, people will openly refer to each other as backward caste or lazy forward caste. In Mexico, Chino, Negro, Blanco, people's nicknames mean things like Chinaman. So we have, because of a combination of everything from our civil rights laws to post-British Victorian era politeness, to just extreme diversity. We've mentioned some of the cities in the country. We've come past that. And yes, that absolutely should be recognized as something whites, blacks, everyone else sacrificed to do. And so the narrative that comes in counter to that, the 1619 narrative, is primarily false. The reason it's false is not even so much that the things that it says, like there used to be a great deal of ethnic conflict in the USA, are inaccurate. It's that they are kind of the 33 degrees of knowledge that was always associated with foolishness or with the devil in European mythology. The assumption is that someone who is listening won't know that Asia, Africa, Arabia, so on, were much worse. That's the great caveat here. We had slaves. Well, everyone had slaves. We helped the world free them. It was the US and the UK that literally armed their navies and blockaded whole countries like Zanzibar to end the global trade in slaves. We ended the international slave trade in the USA in 1808. So, I mean, not being aware of that, only being aware of our warts in the context of what being warts and all means is a foolish approach. Also, a lot of the things said in traditions like that simply are not true. I mean, the idea that the United States began in 1619, slavery didn't begin in the United States until, and I talk about this in Lies My Liberal Teacher Told Me, but until almost 50 years after that. I mean, when Anthony Johnson and the first black, Aravistes to the USA got here, they were indentured servants. Slavery hadn't yet been formally implemented as a practice. Slavery, of course, is servitude that you can't leave. But the general idea was that if you were a black servant...
Here, hold up. So, okay, context. So, just a little tangent. Okay. The kind of like grammar or the kind of growth of or changes in language, might be happening, but what he's talking about is indentured servitude. So indentured servitudes were men and women primarily from Europe who signed contracts, indentures, to work for a master in the American colonies for a set period, typically 4 to 7 years, in exchange for passage, food, and shelter. They were a vital labor source, particularly on tobacco plantations, and were often legally restricted, unable to marry without permission, and subject to harsh involuntary labor. So, roughly speaking, they are voluntary non-slaves that, signed up and made a deal. They made a contract so that if they get, safe passage to America, then they would have to pay it off, right? It's a trade. So that, it's a steep trade, obviously, but we're talking in the context of, 400 years ago. So, that's what was normal at the time around the world. And that, slaves were a thing for millennia. Like, we're talking thousands of years of actual slaves where they didn't volunteer, or they didn't volunteer to do a trade of some time. They were just forced into being farm hands and moving rocks and crushing rocks and that kind of stuff. So at least I think we need more clarification is that 1619 is this idea that rather than 1776 and the founding fathers, that the America, again, there was, America, when it was established of the, founding fathers, was a chunk of time. And then there were simply people from Europe, from Africa, from various places that, came to the location that now we call America, right? So there was various, settlers and you could say colonials of the intention to conquer, right? Loosely speaking. So there was this kind of the territories, people, the Europeans that moved over, various people that moved over that took the land, obviously by force or not by force, maybe it was empty, whatever, right? And then the 1619 project is this idea that that's where to timestamp the origin of America before America was even the nation of America was even, a thought, right? Before it was even a thought. So
just as if you were a white servant, you were going to be in bondage for maybe 10 years. Then you were going to be, you'd lost the war. It was going to suck. But then you were going to be released. You were going to, in many cases, be given some land, and you would have the opportunity to buy both black and white servants. So, I mean, when I mentioned the name Anthony Johnson, the first slave owner in the United States, many people would say, was a black man. He was an Angolan sort of lower chieftain captured by the Portuguese during the incessant fighting that existed for males in particular of every group during this period. He was brought to the United States, brought to the Commonwealth of Virginia. He suffered his time as an indentured servant, which is absolutely miserable for almost everyone in these roles. People weren't actually taught to be blacksmiths or something like that. They were used as essentially enslaved farm labor for the length of those contracts, which are often 23 years. His was 10. But he was then released. He ended up getting married, fighting the Indians with his white neighbors, so on. And the case that settled legal American slavery actually involved another man, I think John Casor, who was his bondservant who tried to run away. And Johnson argued that recalcitrant bondservants should be kept permanently by the people who owned them, as I recall the matter. And so he became, there may have been one or two before him in other states, but the first American slave owner. And we're talking about the 1650s, 1660s here. So
so like, as much as Americans in most of the world now, right, in the year 2026, now has normalized the ownership of animals and calling them pets, was as normal as slavery was at that time, right? So you're thinking, oh my goodness, slavery's so bad. I would never. And then you're thinking about it from present day perspective. Okay, so sorry, I thought I had the connection issue. So that what I was saying was that that slavery was normal at the time, and that there's this narrative of I think it's again the American narrative, right? So the TV show Roots from America. And there was a bunch of others, but there's this narrative of like the transatlantic slave trade, or slavery. Broader terms, just like slavery from Africa is like the roughest way of saying it. Where it was the narrative is that Europeans brought ships to Africa, nabbed. Forcefully ejected African citizens from Africa, and then just drag them onto the ships, and then obviously took them to America and established plantations and whatnot, in a slavery workforce. That's one of the narratives that some Americans have, and that in reality that what was the slave trade is that there were slave owners in Africa selling, their own genetically similar people to Europeans, right? That's the definition of slave trade, instead of like a slave like capture or whatever you want to call it. So that was more common, that, they were being sold. So, in this kind of broader narrative of like who's at fault or whatever, there's people in Africa at that time who directly benefited financially from the slave trade system, so the 1619 is this kind of, what's the easiest way of explaining this? It centers on the arrival of 20 and odd enslaved Africans at Point Comfort, now Fort Monroe, Virginia, in late August 1619, marking the start of slavery in English North America. The scope includes a series of essays, podcasts, and visual book covering topics such as origins of American capitalism, the racial wealth gap, and the development of American music, impact and controversy. While highly influential in prompting reevaluation of U.S. history, the project faced criticism from some historians regarding its accuracy on specific historical points and its interpretation of the American Revolution. Yeah. Okay.
The 1619 project idea itself is wrong. Slavery in its full form didn't exist at that time. And the United States, I'll note, also didn't exist. The USA began in 1776. So we had slavery in America from 1776 to 1865. That's it. I mean, it's a shameful, unfortunate block of time, but it's worth comparing that to the entire global sweep of the exact same practice. What should you tell your kids? Which is, I think, your real question. You should tell them all this and more. I mean, I would strongly encourage you to buy what used to be considered just conventional history books, and books in general, from Jared Diamond to Charles Murray, that everyone used to read through about 2010, and have them in a library in your house and just communicate this information. There's not much more to be said than that.
If you like this clip, we've got more where that came from. Be sure to watch the full video. And
so this isn't a review for Dad Saves America, which,
I want to talk about,
might cover at some point, but Wilfred Riley looks like he's an author, and that he wrote Lies My Liberal Teacher Told Me. So, at least in the context of, I think that's, enough information to work off of, that he would be, again, he doesn't have his own YouTube channel, as far as I can tell. So one, does he, capital T truth? I think yes. Is he succinct and boiled down and brief? Yes. Chatability and reasonability? Yes. It seems pretty obvious. There might be getting into some sort of like, oh no, this is what history, reinterpretation, blah, 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 like that kind of conversation, which, that's every historian ever argues about, is the proper interpretation of, something that happened in the past, and then we're seeing it in the present tense. And then what does it mean if you were there at the time? How normal or not normal is something, et cetera. So, at least in that chunk of the video of like, what's the thesis? The 1619 Project is a poor interpretation of history. What is their strongest points? That America wasn't even a thing at 1619. And that, yes, there were people that were eventually going to become, Americans, but that's not the beginning of America. It's just obviously this long lineage of, you could talk about European history for 1,000 years and say that's the beginning of, Americanism, if you, trying to talk about like the political philosophy aspect. He didn't really do a great job with the counter arguments. That here, I should just delete this question. So that, the counter arguments, not that it's like 1619. I think it's the idea that like, the strongest points. Let's see what Google says. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Right. So the strongest are, that's crazy. Okay. So Google's saying that the strongest arguments and key points of the 1619 Project are the reframing the nation's founding. The project argues that American slavery began in 1619 and therefore the country's, and the Americans' experience origins should be traced to this moment rather than the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Okay. So that he didn't address that point. He was just saying like the quick thing, like it's not even America wasn't even a thing in 1619. So, it's why cherry pick this, the 1619 date versus like Declaration of Independence, et cetera. So Googled other points that 1619 saying centrality of slavery to American capitalism. So the project posits that modern American capitalism, including its specific management techniques and financial system, is directly rooted in brutal, efficient practice of chattel slavery. No one's denying that, initial American time period didn't benefit from slavery, but like at the very least, America's uniqueness wasn't slavery for sure. Like, we didn't, Americans didn't invent it. They weren't the only ones doing it at the time. It's still going on in the very literal sense, in the, parts of the world. So there's, slavery today, happening where? Oh, I wish I could spell. Okay. So there's slavery happening today in parts of Asia Pacific, Arab states. These regions have high rates of forced labor and marriage, often driven by the kafala sponsorship system. Parts of Africa, in the Americas, despite the lower per capita rates, the U.S., Brazil, and Venezuela hold high total number of enslaved people with widespread issues in domestic labor, agriculture, and construction. Like there's, like the backgrounds, even in America, there's like the what is it? Sex trade industry or something, which is technically slavery. So like nothing on paper in America, but having in the background, sure, So, what was the point? So that, yes, that's, a thing in American capitalism that, yes, cotton plantations, etc., heavily influenced by slavery, for sure. Decent point to make. No one kind of, they threw it down your throat, during middle school and high school civics classes for years. So it's hard to miss that point. The other points made: Black Americans as perfecters of democracy. The project argues that Black Americans, despite their enslavement, have been the true drivers of American democracy, fighting to make the country live up to its stated ideals, and thus are the most American of all. Ah! Okay. Well, so, okay, there's this, rhetorical fallacy called the no true Scotsman fallacy, where you come up with this kind of perfect utopian individual that pretty much nobody can live up to. And it's kind of this anathema of like, it's smoke and mirrors, like it's not even reachable type status. So, that the 1619 Project is then placing Black Americans as the most, sense of the ideals of democracy, where yes, in to their credit, like if you were a slave, the idea of equality would be aspired to. That makes sense. Only to the extent of like not being a slave versus the literal definition of democracy, meaning like power to the people, that, egalitarianism is, or, equality is kind of part of, as a definition of democracy, kind of, but, you could still have majorities and minorities, and then, people losing. So, even under a democracy. So I think constitutional democracy might be the better term if you wanted to, get into the nitty gritty of political philosophies of, that Black Americans advocating for a constitutional democracy. The most American of all, that's the no true Scotsman. It's like, there's no like, qualifiers for what the truest of Americans would be. In the systemic nature of racism, it argues that racism and inequality are not merely historical relics. So you can still see this, are not merely historical relics, but are systemic issues ingrained in modern American institutions, such as criminal justice system, healthcare, and infrastructure. So this is where it's getting into this kind of blurring of the historical definition of racism, that races exist and they have specific qualities that are unique to them, etc. And then this kind of oppressive political system stuff where it's like, the woke version of racism, where there's no, so the current definition is specifically about any system, intended or not, that does not benefit Black Americans, enough, which, that's the kind of like, okay, when is it enough? Again, no definition, just, they're the ones deciding, the woke people are deciding when it's enough. So if it's not, directly supporting, Black Americans, if it's not, then it is racist, right? So again, they just call it oppressive, even if it's like not giving reparations, it's racist. And, it would be especially racist if obviously taxing Black Americans more than any other group would be considered racist. So, it's not just like the lack of, it's not just the lack of, not giving the carrot or the stick. So it's not giving the carrot, the reparations part, but it's also, if avoiding the stick is, what would be, beneficial for Black Americans. So, it's kind of a tool to use whenever they feel like it. It's not really specific to anything. So, then the systemic nature, ingrained in culture, blah, blah, blah. Then the last point is the pro-slavery motivation of the the Revolution. One of the project's most controversial claims is that a key driver for the American Revolution was the desire to protect the institution of slavery, which colonists feared the British might abolish. The Civil War, okay, so revolution's one thing, Civil War is another. So the Civil War, you can successfully argue that, slavery was definitely part of it, at least part of it. Maybe not the entire motivator, but part of it. The Revolution was for sure not about slavery. That's insane. That, the Revolution, American Revolution, for the most part, is that, the people that that would eventually call themselves Americans, right? The people that lived in the East Coast, Virginia, Maryland areas, that they thought they could operate without colonial British rule. And, they have the benefits of not living under a monarchy, et cetera, and taxes, the usual story. So, but pro-slavery was not a motivation of the revolution. That is insane. Okay, Wilford Brimley says slavery. Okay, we got to move on. Roots. That one's funny. Okay. So, on then indentured servitude. Okay. So, let's see. We were talking about the channels, Wilford. So, if Wilford Brimley had a YouTube channel, I would say it's worth subscribing. Worthwhile journalist focusing on, anti-woke, I think is fair. Okay. 04/11/2026. Great. Oh, this is Wilford Brimley under Coleman Hughes. We'll skip that. That's more than enough. Okay. So the next one. So there's a YouTube channel called Nerdwriter, and for whatever reason, channel name is Nerdwriter1. They've got 3.23 million subscribers with 309 videos. And as far as I can tell, it's a lot of like pop culture stuff. So like not so interesting for me to talk about today, but a few of the points is talking about like moral philosophy, apparently. So
congrats.
This again is Nerdwriter1, and they got 3 videos, something with philosophy-ish stuff. So that's something I can chew on. This video, vlog number 48, reality is fluid. It's a 5-minute video, so this should be quick enough.
To the Baltimore Ravens, you guys suck, but you won the Super Bowl. Coffee on a Tuesday and vlog 48.
All right, whatever. What resolution is this? 720.
So when I finished the 6th grade and was ready to make the big move to junior high, my parents said, Evan, elementary school was easy, but next year, junior high, it's not going to be so easy. Next year is going to be hard. So I steeled my 11-year-old self and braced for junior high with a certain fear and expectation that life had so far been a light breeze, but now that was over. There was going to be a certain fundamental change in things, and that change would be for the worse. Well, 7th grade came and 7th grade went, and when I opened my eyes, everything was still pretty simple and pretty easy. Things really hadn't changed. That summer, my parents said, Evan, 7th grade was easy, but 8th grade, whoa, things are going to get serious now. Get ready. 8th grade came and went. That summer, my parents warned me about high school, but by that time, I had come to believe that they were pretty unreliable sources in this particular field. Nonetheless, they kept saying so every year through high school and college, and every year I couldn't help but almost believe is that I'm not. But I never did do much work in school. I never did try very hard. I found, despite my parents' warnings, that I didn't need to. I often joke with friends that in my own personality and word my own answers in a way that was complimentary, and that's how
okay, maybe there's the meat of it.
The grade givers of how they worded tests and awarded points. I could construct my own personality and word my own answers in a way that was complimentary, and that's how I got through. I think I saw even at a young age that reality was fluid. It was inconstant, which made it flexible. A huge number of the rules of society were convention. They were as alterable as people were persuadable. At the
Okay, that's a hell of a title. Okay, so there's at least in so this is within the school of epistemology, right? Or it could kind of very easily get into existential philosophy, but at least the very beginning, there's the 5 broad fields: epistemology, existential, moral, economic, and political. So that's the kind of broad fields. Very, again, there you can try to, split hairs and get into more fields, but those are the 5 big ones. So that when talking about the term reality, right, is the distinction within like epistemology of like what is truth, what is real, what is consciousness, what is etc. And then there's the kind of simple distinction between objective and subjective realities. Objective reality, subjective realities, or it's, at least if you've watched the movie Matrix, right, the term objective reality is the, you could say fluid part, right, where it's difficult to be completely grounded in what is objectively real. And obviously the story within the movie is exploring the idea of, like what is reality, and what's the difference of like, one is to experience something and one is to actually be in it. And then, you should go watch the movie if you haven't. So there's within the subjective reality, like category, there's this term social constructs, right? So that's subjective realities where it's not something that is pure science, like, laws of physics, that kind of stuff. It's, you could say, social institutions. Schools are a social construct. Grades are a social construct, that you're, graduating from 6th to get to the 7th, the 8th grade, 9th grade, etc., is a social construct. That doesn't do anything with like importance, like value. Those are 2 different things. We're just talking about as an idea, right? Is that the physical location, a school, right, is a, the objective reality of like, bricks and walls and ceilings and whatnot. And then the social construct side is this organization, the system of, what we call school and education and whatnot, that, he's apparently gone through this epiphany of like understanding that it's not so much of an objective reality, but it's a subjective reality.
Risk of self-psychoanalysis, I think this comes in large part from my dad, who is, in a word, incorrigible. He's a born haggler, unwilling to believe that something can't be done until he's tried it himself. It's a great quality. But enough about me. Is this just all in my head, or is there some truth to this idea? Well, in the end, what we're really talking about is evolution. We're talking about intuition, reason, morality. We're talking about the way people were. Early in Plato's Republic, a dialogue about justice and the perfect society, the precocious young Glaucon puts a question to Socrates. Worded in the popular would you rather style, it's this: would you rather be an honest and fair person and have everyone believe that you're a liar and a douchebag, or would you rather be a liar and a douchebag and have everyone believe that you're a fair and honest and wonderful person? Now, it's Plato's prerogative to prove to Glaucon that being good is better than seeming good, that our minds are perfect reasoning machines meant to find truth and master the lowly passions, despite the reputational cost. And
we're not going to get into the actual nitty gritty of Socrates stuff, but so, what I was talking about before, the epistemology, existential, and moral, right, is that this is a linear, you could say, development or like a construction of ideas or, systems, so to say, to kind of comprehend your life. Very rough terms, that's the way to do it. And that within philosophy classes, right, you need to take one in high school or college, that those are common kind of conversational exercises, is that, the teacher, the instructor, professor, whatever, will say, here's a thought experiment. And then, obviously was using that example, like if, do you want to be a nice person, but actually mean, but if, do you want people to think you're nice, but you're not actually nice? That kind of conversations where it's meant as a lesson to be able to, exercise this type of conversations about morality, and then it's not necessarily like can you get to the right answer. It's simply like these students never had that kind of conversation before, so now is the opportunity to have that.
In truth is happiness. Glaucon, like a good little bitch, is eventually brought around. But to be fair, Socrates is a master debater, and what he's saying sounds good. But the reality of humanity is somewhat different than Plato's idea of it. The truth about us is that our minds are less equipped for reasoning than they are for justification. A number of studies by moral psychologists like Robert Zions, Howard Margolis, and Jonathan Haidt show us that intuitions and emotions rule. That when in contact with anything, we react instantaneously for or against that thing, and our reason goes to work looking not for the truth, but for a way to justify what we've already decided. Ever try telling someone they're wrong about something flat out? Well, your tone has already defeated your purpose. If that person senses confrontation, their whole being will turn away from you. The smart little politician in their head, the reason that Plato imagines is working to find the truth.
All right, hold up. Now we're going too fast. Okay, let's slow this down a bit.
Not for the truth, but for a way to justify what we've already decided.
Okay, so there's he's true in the sense that that's a lot of people that, especially within the context of like liberalism and like, you don't get to tell me what to do, I'll do what I want kind of, thinking that it's the very nature of liberalism is not having a appeal to a higher authority, right? It's at its very nature anti-authoritarian, which that authority figure could include religion, books, the holy texts, etc., from whatever religion you want to pick. That liberalism at its very core has that tendency. So that if you try to then have a discussion about right and wrong and morality and whatnot for a liberal type, person, that's going to be the case is that they've already have a position, and then, it's their tendency, not necessarily, but their tendency to fight for it. And that's kind of a adversarial, tribalistic kind of, a culture normalization that has happened, especially in liberally open, liberal societies, obviously, America, compared to like, I don't know, North Korea, right? That, you don't just get to do whatever you want to do in North Korea, and you don't get to just hold on to whatever position you want in North Korea. But so it's not necessarily human nature, broadly speaking, like globally speaking, that, what he's talking about is the case. It's just that obviously many nations have gone towards liberalism and not, holding on to an authoritarian system. Many, not all. So then if you do live in a non-American, Westernish, nation, that if you were somewhere in the middle of Africa or somewhere in Eastern Asia, that you're going to have maybe a holy text to then that sets the ideals of what morality should be, or you live in a monarchical system where it's literally a person, a guy who's then, deciding what morality should be. So
Ever try telling someone they're wrong about something flat out? Well, your tone has already defeated your purpose. If that person senses confrontation, their whole being will turn away from you. The smart little politician in their head, the reason that Plato imagines is working to find the truth, instead goes to work finding the reasons why you're wrong. We've evolved to become outstandingly adept at justifying our intuitions, and it explains a lot why we argue when we're wrong, why we forgive good-looking people their flaws, and vice versa, why we lie and omit and carefully carve the versions of ourselves that we show to others. Simply, the evolutionary advantages of discovering the truth are less than the evolutionary advantages of having a good reputation. Glaucon, who in the end would rather be a liar that everyone likes, has got us pinned more accurately than even the great Plato. To know these things gives one a great power. You're likely to get more out of life if, like my dad, you haggle with reality. Addressing someone's intuitions or emotions will more readily yield the results that you want from them.
Okay, so yes, in the liberal context, that if everyone's in an adversarial free market type system, or even like free market in a political sense, that you could just be a politician arguing your point, that there are benefits to trying to haggle, to fight for, more resources or more power, more influence, or that you get to retain, hold on to whatever position you had, just saying, well, this is who I am. That very likely be a benefit to you in the long run, roughly speaking. But again, not a human nature evolutionary kind of genetic thing. It's just he's and I could be corrected, but he's talking within the context of America, so it's only limited to America. So we'll see if that's still the case.
People are fluid. Reality is people. Reality is fluid. There's an insidious side to this, and I think you can hear it. Essentially, we are made to be manipulated. And there's no shortage of that, of course, in human history, probably in your personal history, too. But along with our intuitive desire to get what we want, we are also guided by the intuitive aversion to harm. Our reasoning faculty is not a slave to our emotions, but a politician, and the best politicians, like the best people, can navigate a fluid reality of flexible rules, seeking ever subtler ways not to harm the people they share the world with. And you know what harms people? Manipulation.
That was the whole video? That was terrible. All right. So, he's focusing on social constructs and subjective realities, not reality is fluid in the Neo in the Matrix type thing where you could just be like, oh, this wall doesn't actually exist, So you try not to get into this, don't let the conversation of accepting that point lead you towards anarchism or anything like that, which you could say, oh, all these systems aren't real and you should all be power hungry or something like that. So give it the actual context that it deserves, and say manipulation, more good, less bad. Manipulation bad. No, we can't have that. It's that if you're talking within the realm of political philosophy, that manipulation is a more derogatory term, not a objective reality of, what is truly happening within a conversation. So, it's more of the way that it's painted, is you're going to call it manipulative, which already has a negative connotation. So give it another 5 minutes for this guy. See if this is worth anything at all.
Blizzard. Coffee on a Tuesday.
Okay, so the video name is Should You Give Money to Panhandlers? From the same, like I said, Nerdwriter 1.
And Vlog 49. Life, often perfectly manageable, is sometimes subject to intense and revealing human moments. Moments when the inscrutable veil that is the exterior of ourselves suddenly becomes transparent, so that anyone in the vicinity who can see us can also see through us. You know what I mean. If you've ever been embarrassed or seen someone embarrassed, you know what I mean. The machinations behind the eyes, normally so swift and indecipherable, fall away, and you are left with a person so utterly and pathetically readable. We try our best to avoid moments like this. It's in our interest to be a mystery most of the time. In social relationships, people value unpredictability, so we're unpredictable. And there is no nakedness more naked.
Wait. I'm going to stop him. What do you say?
It's in our interest to be a mystery most of the time. In social relationships, people value unpredictability.
Unpredictability. It's not worth digging into this too deep, but that's not true. Simply the predictability is the kind of, you trust somebody that they're going to do something. and that if they're unpredictable, it's like you can't trust them. So it's actually the opposite of people like predictability. Novelty is different, but if you're, if let's say you go to a stand-up comedy show, they're predictably novel, right? That their job as a stand-up comedian is to not tell the same joke over and over, but they're coming up with new material all the time. So I don't know what point, he's trying to make something. I'm not quite sure.
So we're unpredictable. And there is no nakedness more naked than the experience of being figured out. But here at Nerdwriter Industries, we love this kind of moment because it tells us something about people, about naked people, and we love people at their most naked. No, wait, that came out wrong. Or did it? I live in New York City and I ride the subway every day. The subway, like a cafe, is a place where people are alone together. Most people read books or listen to music or just stare off into the middle distance. The subway is not a destination, it's a place between homeless people down on their luck asking for money. And it's a pretty frequent occurrence, exacerbated, I'd imagine, by the state of the economy. These people, despite their misfortunes, wield an incredible power. When they come onto the train and give their speech, always practiced, always forceful, they create one of these intense and revealing human moments. And a subway car of 50 opaque souls becomes as transparent as clean water.
Yeah, the point that he's trying to get to, and it's taking fucking forever to get to, is that, yes, there's this... American, well, not necessarily American. There's this human ideals that, that people are generous, right? So that's an ideal that, pretty much everybody hopes to have in others, and that it's, presents well if you have it in yourself, that you're seen by others as generous, right? That's an ideal. In that, typically, for the average person going in, like I said, New York City trains or whatever, to, just riding it, is that they're wanting to be seen by people that they admire, a regular person wanting the admiration of others, friends or family, or even strangers, for being generous. But that if a homeless person, if panhandlers are asking for money, typically the answer is no. So it's a little awkward that, again, there's, people are not that complicated in that, they're not able to like hold on to, too many personality characteristics at the same time. So what I'm saying exactly is that, people are holding on to the ideal of generosity, but then when they're asked to be generous or self-sacrificing and they have to say no, then what he's pointing out is that there's a conflict of values. But, if you can hold on to more than like a few characteristics, is that you can maintain composure and not be embarrassed. And typically a lot of these New Yorkers are not going to be embarrassed that panhandlers are asking them for money, because it happens most likely every goddamn day, multiple times a day. And that these panhandlers, not always, but some of the time, are smelly and, not wearing all the clothes, and that very few are like these like entertainers, playing music and then trying to, scrounge for money. And that, they don't smell, they're just trying to be, kind of vagabond musicians, bohemian, trying to live out of their backpack type thing. So, I don't know what the hell the point is going to be, but we'll see.
As the downtrodden person, either with musical instruments, a sad-faced child, or an emaciated dog, comes down the subway car, hat in hand, they force each and every rider to confront their desperation. A couple give a few coins or $1, some look up and shake their heads. Most people just stare aggressively into their books or at their feet, ignoring and refusing this shameless person's existence. People on the subway don't want this. That's obvious. A beggar violates the agreed rules of the situation, not to interact. The fact is that this person, who may need food or money to house their children or money to pay for power, has presented the train car with an explicit moral problem. Should you give them money or not? Try as we might, there is no way once posed not to answer this question. I guess that the writer's intuitive dislike of being forced to do something in a place where they expect to do nothing is what influences most of them not to give, and make no mistake, most people don't. This echoes the theme of my last vlog. We use our reason to justify our feelings. If you're offended by this person to start, then here are some reasons not to give. Maybe they won't use the money for food, but instead for drugs. Maybe I'm making the problem worse. This is my money. I earned it. I worked hard for it. They have no right to that. I don't have enough money myself to be giving it away to others. Well, I only have a $5 bill in my wallet. If I had a dollar bill or some coins, I'd do it, but $5's too much. You know what? This will only perpetuate their homelessness. I know about these things. They need to get a job. I can't give every day. How much do they want from me? I'm not gonna solve their problems. It's useless to give it all. If your inclination, on the other hand, is to give, then you have to ask, should you give every time? And how much? And to whom? And knowing that beggars are going to be on the subway, should you be sure to have money with you always when you leave the house? Should you beat yourself up when you forget? Is it enough to deal with poverty?
As you can see, like, this is more of the exercise of the intro to philosophy classes where you present a question, it doesn't have a clear answer, right, built into the question. And it's an exercise for students to then debate and, go, he's got whatever, 10 different examples of the thinking that somebody's going to go, experience if they were asked, to give money, right? So hopefully he gets to some goddamn point.
Only when it crosses your path should you be allowed to feel good about yourself if you give only once and it's only a dime. There are no easy answers to these questions, nor is there an easy answer to the first question, the one in the moment when they hold out their hand. All I can say is try not to make the perfect the enemy of the good. What I do know is that the no stops
what? What did he say?
The one in the moment when they hold out their hand. All I can say is try not to make the perfect the enemy of the good.
Don't make the perfect the enemy of the good. What the fuck does that mean?
I do know is that the no stops this line of questioning in its tracks, while the yes opens up that vast moral web in which we are forced to consider the needs and desires of others, forced to confront and work out our messy responsibility in relation to everyone else. Still, the fact is, given the truth that almost everyone doesn't give, that there are a good number of people like me that decide that they should, but don't. I think this tension incites...
No. So if you say you should, that means you would give it. But as soon as you don't do it, that means you shouldn't, right? Now, you can argue that there's a conflict of you had those ideals of generosity and that it's, generally perceived as a great quality to be generous. And then there's, again, that internal conflict, but that's not the same as ultimately saying it should, right? At some point you have to make a conclusion. It's not just a conflict anymore. It's like, okay, you got to make a decision. Of course, if you don't decide, that's the equivalent to saying no. You just say nothing. And then, the panhandler moves on, right? So, the decision has to come. So it's still a shouldn't if you act in such sense.
A valuable pain in our hearts. But I have to wonder, is it valuable enough?
Holy shit, that was terrible. Okay, never mind. We're not going to watch the third video. All right, so this is... all right, I mean, here. Okay, I'll answer the goddamn question. Okay, so I was talking about epistemology, existential, moral, economic, and political. So within moral philosophy... The truth, the capital T truth, is that there are no objective morals. Okay. Now, there are subjective morals, and there's layers and layers of social constructs that have been created that you can conceptualize, etc. Right. But so, if, again, you can disagree with me, but if it is true, big if, it is true that there are no objective morals, right? Something that's, observable with science, that, you can see with the microscope, that you can smell, hear, whatever, right? It's not purely an idea. It's not a concept. It's something graspable, perceivable, something. No one sees, smells, hears, good or bad. Those are just ideas. But so if that is the case, that there are no objective morals, then the question ultimately is unanswerable. Should you give money to panhandlers? If that's the criteria that you're working with, right? You're the teacher in the philosophy class. You're saying, here, students, chew on this for a bit and then tell me what the conclusion, what you guys conclude, right? And you go, should you give money to panhandlers? And then the students are going to argue. They go let them talk for 30 minutes, right? And then you go, all right, wrap this up. What did you guys conclude? Who said, which positions are being taken, et cetera, et cetera. And if that happens in an intro to philosophy class, then what happens is that people will talk like that there are objective morals. Even though they're not real, they'll talk like it is because, linguistically, that's how they're accustomed to, culturally normalized to do, is to talk about it as though, that ideals and aspirations and utopias and whatnot are objectively real. So then the, amateurs talk about it in such sense. So if you wanted to be technical about it, you go, if you're the student in such a classroom, then you go, actually, there is no answer, because in order to give it, let's say we're skipping over the objectively real, we're talking about the subjectively real part. In order to have a proper answer to this question, should you give money to panhandlers, you need to give a goal or aspiration as part of the question, because morals do not make sense as a concept, right? This whole process of right and wrong doesn't make sense if there are no ideals or aspirations or standards or cultural whatevers, right? So that if the question was, asked in a sense, in a new way of, should you give money to panhandlers? And you do, then you go through like a 20-minute speech explaining the context of all of society and, politics and cultural groups and whatnot, then you can then correctly answer, should you give money to the panhandlers? And you might give a speech about, let's say, for example, you say Christianity and the New Testament are the ideals of all society. And then if you take that as the standard, then the conclusion to this question of should you give money to panhandlers would be yes, because anybody who's read the New Testament and Jesus Christ and all that kind of stuff would easily conclude that, giving, self-sacrificing to people who, are at least perceived to be poor should receive those resources, right? So again, the conversation is then over. There's no more arguments if that context of goals and ideals and standards are part of the conversation. But typically, if you go to, intro to philosophy class, no context, no goals, no aspirations, no, cultural whatevers are included in the discussions, because it's meant as an exercise to, for the students to exchange what, metric they use to answer this question. And that's the exercise. So, the teacher's not then, after whatever 30 minutes of discussion says, okay, here's the wrong group and here's the right group. Like, never happens. Because, again, there's no objective standard, but even if you're following subjective standards, you have to set a standard in order to then fulfill what the question's asking for. So, this YouTube channel, NerdWriter1, obviously didn't do any of that shit and just kind of left it at the same level as a student, not the teacher's perspective, but the student side of an intro to philosophy, morality discussion, the trolley problem. And so I'm having, here's the internal dialogue and I feel bad, but also I'm part of the people that says no to panhandlers. Okay, great. Well, none of the actual mechanics of morality, just the kind of visceral experience of trying to, answer this question. So, no, not this one. Okay, so, and so we're going back to the, YouTube React stuff. So it's, if we're analyzing Nerdwriter on these kind of morality questions instead of the
We survived the
sorry, okay, so he's got a bunch of stuff where it's like a whole bunch of pop culture stuff. So again, we're not concentrating on the pop culture. At least something that's interesting is the philosophy side. So again, capital T truth, not much. Succinct, yes. Reasonability, not much. Like he doesn't have the like internal mechanisms to know what's happening when you're talking about moral philosophy, right? Like what's the actual process in order to identify should or should not do something, right? What's the actual mechanics that everybody experiences? So, it's going to be very difficult for him to explain himself in the reasoning if he doesn't know any of that shit. Relatable for the general audience, like technically, yes, most people have been asked by panhandlers, to give money, and then not much of a thesis, forget about, counter arguments. Is it worth then subscribing to Nerdwriter based on those metrics? And I would say no. Like, if you wanted to really
Congrats to the
understand something, this isn't a guide to subscribe to. If you wanted to look at, I don't know, the deconstruction of movie, film, and some other shit, then sure, but for a bunch of nerds, my distinction that I don't know if other people subscribe to is that there's dorks and then there's nerds, and everybody, again, absolutely everybody starts off as dorks, and the dorks are enjoying a particular subculture, and it might be the sciences, it might be whatever, right? But they aren't actually intelligent about it, right? They just don't know. Again, everybody starts off as dorks, right? You got the guy who, spins around a Star Wars lightsaber, as a kid, and it looks, goofy and funny. And then, again, all dorks. And then eventually, if they kept on working on it and working on it and working on it and got better and better and better, eventually it's an actual skill, right? An intellectual skill of, sword play and whatnot. And then they can, have an amazing looking performance of, swinging around a lightsaber. That's upgrading to nerd status, right? So again, everybody's starts off as dorks in whatever field they get into. They all look goofy from the get-go. It's really not that intelligent. And, there's not a lot of depth to it. That's where everyone starts off. And then if you commit to it, you're going to be a police officer, you're going to be an artist, you're going to be a dancer, you're going to be a singer, you're going to be a whatever, right? That initially it's all going to look like a bunch of dorks. And then eventually you upgrade to being a nerd of you're good at it. You're, have the intellectual depth of managing that space, right? So for somebody who's calling themselves a Nerdwriter, again, my metrics, not everybody's metrics, that it wasn't very nerdy when we're talking about moral philosophy, which of course there's not that many, moral philosophy nerds. Like, oh, this is actually how morals work, So, getting back to the channel stuff. So Nerdwriters for sure, high popularity, and taking it off. Where's National Newgraph? Where the hell is he? Nerd Writer. Okay. The Nerd Writer. Great. All right. So the Nerd Writer. There it is. Okay. So this is Armchair Spectator. Yeah. So this is the distinction. If you if you haven't been following along, there's the Mad Scientist. Mad Scientist is like groundbreaking, out there research, and the ones who did the research and ones presenting it, etc. Like then there's journalists who are not the originators of new ideas, but they're following, they're researching it, they're doing collaborations, they're writing books, etc., to talking about something that they themselves didn't originally do. And then there's armchair spectators, where it's like it's not even doing the research of a journalist that would do, they're just from the side and making commentary. Like Asmongold is not a journalist, he's an armchair spectator, right? He's not doing thorough research to become specialized in that field. He's just commentating from the sidelines. And that's, that's a fair assessment. He doesn't want to be called a journalist. But I don't know if he would call himself a spectator, but so at least Nerd Writer is getting into that category of, at least again, we're using the example of, where am I? The Nerd Writer. Okay. So decision of 04/11/2026. Conclusion, shallow moral philosophy, and the example. All right. Moving on. No more Nerd Writer. Okay. How do you pronounce his name? Eliezer Yudkowsky. Okay, so Eliezer Yudkowsky, Yudkowski. He doesn't have his own YouTube channel. He looks like he's a guest at many prominent YouTube channels, and I picked the one where it's TED. So TED is a channel in of itself, super popular, 27 million subscribers for TED. But the issue with TED is that there was initial TED presentations and conferences. You can go to these places, TED conferences, and it would be, a list of speakers, and they're very meticulously handpicked presenters, right? It wasn't just whoever showed up. It was like, either invite or, you need to know somebody in order to be a presenter. So it was a very curated system. And then they got too popular, and they started selling the rights of the TED logo and the TED entity. And there was the group, well, it's not group, but it's a, I don't know how to explain it, subsidiary, TEDx, I think is so there's TEDx. And the problem with TEDx is that, there was the central, original founders of TED that handpicked and curated, blah, 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 that stuff. And then they said, hey, you over there, this other organization or this few other individuals will sell you the rights to, have your own TED presentations because they're so popular. You're going to get ticket sales, and, we'll let you, call yourselves TED. And then the problem was that the other people were not curating the presenters at the quality as the original TED was doing. So, if you watch the original TED videos, for the most part, they're very good. They're well structured. It's not just some rando off the street. But then if you go to TEDx, there's a lot of people that either don't know what they're talking about, or it's poorly researched, or it's not even like scientists, which are typically the presenters, but it's just various popular enough people that they're going to start talking about whatever subject, and you can very quickly tell the quality difference of the depth of the, at least, novelty of the information, like groundbreaking research versus some guy talking about himself, right? So we'll talk about it at some point, but at least for now, this is the original TED organization with 27.3 million subscribers, and a video by, the presenters Eliezer, I don't know, Yudkowsky. The topic is, will superintelligent AI end the world? All right, and it's a 10-minute video.
Since 2001, I've been working on what we would now call the problem of aligning artificial general intelligence, how to shape the preferences and behavior of a powerful artificial mind such that it does not kill everyone. I more or less founded the field 2 decades ago when nobody else considered it rewarding enough to work on. I tried to get this very important project started early so we'd be in less of a drastic rush later. I consider myself to have failed. Nobody understands how modern AI systems do what they do. They are giant inscrutable matrices of floating point numbers that we nudge in the direction of better performance until they inexplicably start working. At some point, the companies rushing headlong to scale AI will cough out something that's smarter than humanity. Nobody knows how to calculate when that will happen. My wild guess is that it'll happen after 0 to 2 more breakthroughs the size of Transformers. What happens if we build something?
Wait, what? Okay, hold up. Yeah, I'm going to put closed captioning because I'm having a hard time hearing the guy and let alone understanding what he's saying.
Is that it'll happen after 0 to 2 more breakthroughs the size of Transformers.
Size of Transformers? What the fuck is that? I don't even think I could look this up. Never mind. All right, let's just keep going.
What happens if we build something smarter than us that we understand that poorly? Some people find it obvious that building something smarter than us that we don't understand might go badly.
Okay, if you don't know anything about AI, right, the big players are ChatGPT and Grok. Those are the big ones. There's obviously a bunch of other ones. Claude is another big one. There's whatever, a bunch of other else. And then LLM, large language models, is roughly the kind of, term to explain the difference between, the computer software like Microsoft Word versus ChatGPT, where ChatGPT and, all the LLMs, large language models, have this, kind of intelligent structure to handle a bunch of data. That's like the roughest way of saying it. So, there's a software, right, that is managing a whole bunch of data from various, hopefully scientific and intellectual organizations, documents. It's able to pick, read through, every book ever written, very quickly in order to comprehend, to come to a conclusion. If you ask, hey, what does the allegory of the cave mean? Plato's allegory of the cave. What's the thesis of the story? It'll go, oh, the allegory of the cave is about the knowledge and awareness, and how people might get stuck into kind of cultural bubbles, and that true knowledge comes about when you figuratively leave the cave and then start looking things at a more objective level. Like that makes that conclusion very quickly, right? And then the ability right now, again, this is April 2026, right? Is right now, ChatGPT and Grok has this amazing ability to access all these books and PDF files and online directories and websites and all that kind of stuff. It has a huge access in that is compared to humans, it's you could say 1 million times smarter in that regard of just the accessibility like information, right? It's no competition. Every there's not one human that is then smarter than even the crappiest version of ChatGPT or Grok, right? The other aspect is the analyses and the kind of digestion of these large language models of that, broad information. So if you ask ChatGPT or Grok or Claude or whatever a question, and it is at the IQ level of 110, 100 is average, right? 110 is a little above average. So if you ask ChatGPT, Grok, 110 level IQ level question, it'll probably be able to answer it correctly. And then, at that point, 110 is like maybe a high school student, or that's like, maybe the first freshman year in college university courses is about 110. When you start asking it 130 and 140, at least 130, 140 level IQ level questions, it's not going to be able to answer it. That's, as of right now, can't do it. They kind of not just like, oh, what was the Constitution of America, but like, what's the kind of etymology, historical context, how it's unique compared to any other, nation at the time, and how is it unique to nations now, and that, and you ask those types of questions, it's going to start struggling, and it will claim to know the answers. They're not, the large language models, Grok and, ChatGPT, don't really know what the limits are of themselves. They have access to, let's say it's like whatever, American Constitution and all that kind of stuff. They'll have access to all the scholarly research about, constitutions and whatnot, but it will not be able to do the kind of political philosophy and, all that kind of stuff at this point. So if the current capacity is, let's say 110, 120, right, roughly speaking, then yes, for many people that have IQs less than 120, it's going to feel like it's smarter than them because it is. So when he's talking about, this kind of narrative about will super intelligent AI end the world, right now it's not capable of doing it. So, hopefully we get to the, explaining how, if AI is going to get to that point.
Others come in with a very wide range of hopeful thoughts about how it might possibly go well. Even if I had 20 minutes for this talk and months to prepare it, I would not be able to refute all the ways people find to imagine that things might go well. But I will say that there is no standard scientific consensus for how things will go well. There is no hope that has been widely persuasive and stood up to skeptical examination. There is nothing resembling a real engineering plan for us surviving that I could critique. This is not a good place in which to find ourselves. If I had more time, I'd try to tell you about the predictable reasons why the current paradigm will not work to build a superintelligence that likes you or is friends with you, or that just follows orders. Why, if you press thumbs up when humans think that things went right, or thumbs down when another AI system thinks that they went wrong, you do not get a mind that wants nice things in a way that generalizes well outside the training distribution to where the AI is smarter than the trainers.
So you can tell this guy, he's not like a professional, like just a presenter. He's, a researcher, or, obviously like journalism in that rough context, but like he's not doing a great job explaining the points. And again, the audience is not, the dumbest of people, but they're also not obvious, the same qualifications as this guy on the very same subject. So he's not doing a great job making his information relatable for the general audience because he's using language that, they're not used to.
You can search for Yudkowsky list of lethalities for more. But to worry, you do not need to believe me about exact predictions of exact disasters. You just need to expect that things are not going to work great on the first really serious, really critical try, because an AI system smart enough to be truly dangerous was meaningfully different from AI systems stupider than that. My prediction is that this ends up with us facing down something smarter than us that does not want what we want, that does not want anything we recognize as valuable or meaningful. I cannot predict exactly how a conflict between humanity and a smarter AI would go, for the same reason I can't predict exactly how you would lose a chess game to one of the current top AI chess programs, let's say Stockfish. If I could predict exactly where Stockfish could move, I could play chess that well myself. I can't predict exactly how you'll lose to Stockfish, but I can predict who wins the game. I do not expect something actually smart to attack us with marching robot armies with glowing red eyes where there could be a fun movie about us fighting them. I expect an actually smarter and uncaring entity will figure out strategies and technologies that can kill us quickly and reliably and then kill us. I am not saying that the problem of aligning superintelligence is unsolvable in principle. I expect we could figure it out with unlimited time and unlimited retries, which the usual process of science assumes that we have. The problem here is the part where we don't get to say, haha, whoops, that sure didn't work. That clever idea that used to work on Earth. It is a large ask to get an unprecedented scientific and engineering challenge correct on the first critical try. Humanity is not approaching this issue with remotely the level of seriousness that would be required. Some of the people leading these efforts have spent the last decade not denying that creating a superintelligence might kill everyone, but joking about it. We are very far behind. People say to me at this point, what's your ask? Is that we need an international coalition banning large AI training runs.
There it is. Okay, let's get some meat into it. So there's here, the broader context is like the LLMs, large language models, ChatGPT, Grok, Claude, all that stuff, they're all competing, right? And so within the free market, when you don't have these regulations that are suppressing certain, technologies and whatnot, that they're, going to compete and, try to one up each other, right? So eventually that they're going to be maybe IQ level 130, 140, right? And it just keeps going. And then have more access to even more information. So there is this kind of, like arms race type dynamic between large language models, because there can be money to be earned by, having the system that governments and, businesses will hire to, cut out the kind of meticulous or monotonous labor aspects, right? So that's a real fear of like, middle management and anybody who has to deal with like repetitive tasks, that they can just simply be replaced with AI, which, is already happening, again, April 2026. So that if you can be that company that, everybody's going to hire, there's a lot of money to be made, and that, there's a lot of competition in that regard. And then if you started an AI company, it's going to be, it has to be more like smarter, with a broader database to pull from, do it cheaper, do it with less resources. And so, it's got its own free market dynamics, and that, the conclusion from this kind of arms race type dynamic is that the AI to only up to a certain point will it be directly constructed and maintained by humans, right? So that's the situation now, is that it's not really developing itself. So whatever behaviors right now that we're seeing are at the direct hands of human beings. We're going to get to that point. And eventually, and we might be getting there soon, is that AI is going to be able to upgrade itself, right? It's going to be able to buy more data centers, buy entire electrical sources in order to power itself. Like there's not going to be a human being that's going to be buying up the land. It's just going to be AI that's going to be buying up the land. So when we get to that point, then it's even, however slow that human beings are, that AI is going to obviously beat that immediately. and that, kind of the Terminator situation where they become self-organizing is the fears that he's talking about. So now hopefully he gets into the meat of, what to do about it.
Which is why I spent the last 2 decades trying and failing to end up anywhere but here. My best bad take is that we need an international coalition banning large AI training runs, including extreme and extraordinary measures to have that ban be actually and universally effective, like tracking all GPU sales, monitoring all the data centers, being willing to risk a shooting conflict between nations in order to destroy an unmonitored data center in a non-signatory country. I say this not expecting that to actually happen. I say this expecting that we all just die. But it is not my place to just decide on my own that humanity will choose to die to the point of not bothering to warn anyone. I have heard that people outside the tech industry are getting this point faster than people inside it. Maybe humanity wakes up one morning and decides to live. Thank you for coming to my brief TED Talk.
All right. So what the broader cultural terms being, that need to be introduced is human obsolescence. So, obviously obsolescence is talking about obsolete, meaning no longer needed, no longer required in order to, perform some sort of function. So human obsolescence is the broader, kind of sociology term that's saying that pretty much everybody that, has a job in, especially something that is involved with computers, will most likely be the first to be replaced by AI, not robots, just AI, right? Just the computer desktop software aspect. So that, let's say, for example, you made websites, right? That was your job, to make websites. You helped out businesses, you improved, databases, whatnot. That those types of jobs could, very easily be replaced by AI now, right? At this very moment. So that person becomes that, the human job becomes obsolete, right? The job is no longer needed to be done by a human. So, there's the AI aspect, and then there's the robots aspect. So, once AI, and obviously anybody who's followed the Boston Dynamics or anything like that knows that, AI systems are getting introduced into robotics, and that, for right now, it's not like completely autonomous robots are possible. I mean, are not possible, happening. It's not happening. Eventually, it's going to be very much possible that, a whole large language model software, completely isolated and being run within a robot, so that it essentially gives it, this kind of pseudo consciousness, right? Pseudo thinking on its own, and that it's not connected to some sort of, remote control central network, et cetera, some sort of server. So, his fears is, there's the short-term thing of the, AI replacing the kind of computer jobs. And then there's eventual robots replacing all jobs, right? Any type of manual labor, any type of blue collar work, white collar work, whatever, right? That's, if the computer robot is going to be smarter, right? Then even if it gets up to 100 IQ, right? Effectively, let's just hypothetically say it's going to get effectively at 100 IQ, that's already, 60, 70% of the population no longer having jobs, right? So for context, the Great Depression in the let's see, was it 30s? Unemployment rate and rate. Okay, so 1930s, the Great Depression, right? The one that's everybody was in, standing in chow lines in, soup kitchens and whatnot, was at 25%. So you know, if it gets anywhere near that number, there's already an economic crash. So that if half the jobs get replaced and, you know, in a short time get replaced with robots that, you know, pick up the easiest of tasks to be automated, like factory work, truck driving, you know, that kind of stuff where you don't need 130, 140 level IQ to, you know, do the job. You know, like I said, hypothetically, if that's the first things that a robot effectively can handle is 100 level IQ jobs, then that's already, forget about, you know, a robot that can do 150 and beyond IQ level thinking. Even at 100, it's already going to be devastating for the economy. That, you know, given, you know, anywhere near 25% caused the Great Depression, that the economy, there's no like bouncing back, right? At least in the Great Depression, it took a while, obviously, but that it bounced back of the economy recovered because, you know, everything kind of shifted market wise to, you know, to then grow again. But if the robots, you know, take over and the AI takes, you know, even a quarter of the jobs, all of a sudden, there's no bouncing back if the people who lost their jobs can't get another job, right? So, you know, it's one thing to say, hey, you know, we could always find new jobs, but again, the robots, if they're already capable of handling 100 level IQ jobs, are going to take all 100 IQ level jobs, so that the person who has 100 IQ either takes, you know, the dumbest job that somehow, you know, the robots won't do, which again, like conceptually doesn't even make sense that it would exist. They would have to increase their intelligence beyond their capacity to find jobs that the robots haven't taken yet, right? Or it's, you know, some sort of industry that specifically people like that it's being handled by humans. So I can only think of a few things where it's like, you know, it's like conceptually possible for like fast food workers to be completely replaced by robots if, you know, burgers were going to be $1 instead of $10, right? That the emphasis wasn't on the human contact, the emphasis was on cheap food, right? So that's one industry that's going to, you know, get the quickest like loss of human labor. But something like, you know, psychology, daycares, you know, teaching, even if, you know, teaching was a tenth of the price, right? Of robots are a tenth of the price of the human equivalents, that even then it might not, you know, for many people, they'll still prefer the human teachers. Not just, you know, there's obviously evidence for the like the Khan Academy online schools that have essentially replaced human teachers. But the example that, you know, most people experienced through COVID 2020 was that America and many other nations did do the robot AI based education, right? And specifically the human socialization aspect is not something that the AI and robots can teach, because that's inherently a human taught kind of experience, that you would need to have a robot that was exactly like a human, but none of the human kind of failures, so that, you know, maybe we're talking like hundreds of years at this point, but at least in the short term, that certain industries are going to be, you know, surviving in a AI robot dominated world. So, you know, there's probably a few others, but again, it doesn't require, you know, that the economy is going to crash anyways. It's just we're talking about like a post-crash adjustment, like what's even like conceptually possible for a functional society. Because when we're talking about like potentially 25 to 50% of all jobs that are never coming back towards for humans, that's already a societal situation where you've got homeless. Again, this would be in the context of like there isn't a UBI, universal basic income type communistic structure. If we're still following free market economics for a moment, at least for a thought experiment for a moment, that at 25 to 50%, pretty much all markets from related with humans are going to cease because that flow has stopped. Where that's how the economy works, is that even if there's going to be like during the Great Depression and then the recession during COVID and like the 2008 housing crisis recession, that even if the rich people held on to their money, they still needed the poor people that lost jobs to, consume, to supply, to do labor, to, buy stuff. That you didn't, obviously if you were stinking rich, that, you weren't showing up to the welfare office, but that you might not be spending as much as you would have done, if there wasn't a recession or a depression. So, that's where he's making a good point of like Eliezer Yudkowsky of like, there's not really, if you're talking about the calculus, right, of this, imagining this as a trajectory of humanity, right, is that, you can do the calculus of like, hey, we can do X, Y, and Z policy changes to be like, hey, let's not have these data centers. Hey, let's not have, let's put limits on X, Y, and Z kind of AI software stuff. But the actual solution to avoid human obsolescence is a complete reversal of essentially like technological development and technological advancement. Is that at least in that regard, everything else, maybe cars and, planes can be, super engineered, but at least in the regards to artificial intelligence, that will absolutely, cripple the economy. And again, it doesn't have to be all jobs. It just has to be some jobs. And the Great Depression is defined as, unemployment at 25%, and not just, the technical economic, macroeconomic definitions of recession as depressions are that multiple quarters, right? The quarter of the year. So, multiple months of a decrease in growth, which, is obviously signified with, or qualified with, people aren't buying as much because they don't have money to buy stuff, right? The flow has slowed down, and it only has to slow down a little bit before, depression type situations, the chow line, it would happen. So let's see what the following conversation, and I believe this is the TED, founder is going to be asking questions.
So, Eliezer, thank you for coming and giving that. It seems like what you're raising the alarm about is that, like, for this to happen, for an AI to basically destroy humanity, it has to break out, escape controls of the internet and start commanding actual real-world resources. You say you can't predict how that will happen, but just paint one or two possibilities.
Okay, so why is this hard? First, because you can't predict exactly where a smarter chess program will move. Maybe even more importantly than that, imagine sending the design for an air conditioner back to the 11th century. Even if it's enough detail for them to build it, they will be surprised when cold air comes out because the air conditioner will use the temperature-pressure relation, and they don't know about that law of nature. So if you want me to sketch what a superintelligence might do, I can go deeper and deeper into places where we think there are predictable technological advancements that we haven't figured out yet. And as I go deeper and deeper, it'll get harder and harder to follow. It could be super persuasive. That's relatively easy to understand. We do not understand exactly how the brain works, so it's a great place to exploit laws of nature.
Okay, so there's the general the nature of intelligence that needs to be explained. And I said this in previous episodes. So intelligence can only look down. Okay, so that if you have, an IQ of 100, you can understand the thinking of somebody who's going with an IQ level of 70 and 80 and 90, something below 100. But I can't look up. So that if you've got 100 and you don't have the ability to understand the thinking of an IQ of 110, 120, 130, or 40 and onwards, right? Can't look up. So it doesn't know, that's the very nature of intelligence. So that, he's talking about that obviously AI, and that's a big question, is if it's going to get smarter, right? Specifically in the regard of not the access to information, but the actual deconstruction, chewing on it, the analytical side to understand the data that it's pulling in order to come to some sort of conclusion. That part is, defining intelligence, that if that part gets to be IQ level of 200, 300, whatever, some insane number, that he's pointing out that human beings won't be able to understand, right? The average person, the average, American, average European, average African, average Asian won't be able to understand the intellectual thinking of, an AI that's at some 300 level IQ, right? It's just not going to be able to comprehend it. As that, it's the colloquial term is it's like, they're playing 4D chess. It's not even 3D chess, which would be like kind of complicated moves on a, chessboard with multiple levels. No. 4D chess is like beyond comprehension. Like it's, breaking all conventional norms of, patterns of thinking. So, that's what he's talking about is he's just a guy, and then he's being asked, how do you solve a problem against a super intelligent, entity? And he's like, we can't, we won't know.
That we do not know about, rules of the environment, invent new technologies beyond that. Can you build a synthetic virus that gives humans a cold and then a bit of neurological change and they're easier to persuade? Can you build your own synthetic biology, synthetic cyborgs? Can you blow straight past that to covalently bonded equivalents of biology, where instead of proteins that fold up and are held together by static cling, you've got things that go down much sharper potential energy gradients and are bonded together? People have done advanced design work about this sort of thing for artificial red blood cells that could hold 100 times as much oxygen if they were using tiny sapphire vessels to store the oxygen. There's lots and lots of room above biology, but it gets harder and harder to understand as I...
So what I hear you saying is, that these terrifying possibilities there, but your real guess is that AIs will work out something more devious than that. Is that really a likely pathway in your mind?
Which part? That they're smarter than I am?
No, not that they're smarter, but that they would. Why would they want to go in that direction? AIs don't have our feelings of sort of envy and jealousy and anger and so forth. So why might they go in that direction?
Okay, so what I was talking about before is that right now, whatever AI is doing is directly handled by people, right? So there was this issue with Google AI, I think was the large language model, that Google AI was given a task like, hey, give me a picture of the founding fathers. And for whatever reason, that the founding fathers were all coming out like black women, with like the powder wigs and the same outfits. And, what people figured out was that the structure of the AI, Google AI, was directly handled by people. And people said, hey, make sure that DEI and, marginalized groups are more represented. And then the part that, obviously is the issue is that the creators or the maintainers, the humans, didn't include the part of make sure that it's factually correct, right? If the Google user is asking for a factual question, make sure to give them a factual answer. And there's a bunch of memes, and there's people laughing about how the Google AI was just these wild hallucinations of what the founding fathers had to look like, because it had to follow the human structure that it was given. So we're at that stage now, and that very soon the creators and the maintainers and the adjusters and the those types of forces are going to be coming from AI itself. Is that it's going to have the kind of complexity that AI is going to be able to adjust itself in order to be more correct or smarter, right? So that essentially it's increasing its own intelligence as it's I don't know, like at least acts in the world and then figures out it does something doesn't work, so it'll adjust. It didn't require a human to to adjust it. And obviously with the whole like founding fathers thing, that humans had to be like, hey, you can't, you got to make sure that the founding fathers were George Washington, not black people for that particular question. So I think these two are talking about it of like there's that initial human hand holding part, and eventually it's going to get to AI holding its own hand and improving itself. And then what should we do?
Because it's convergently implied by almost any of the strange inscrutable things that they might end up wanting as a result of gradient descent on these thumbs up and thumbs down things internally. If all you want is to make tiny little molecular squiggles, or that's like one component of what you want, but it's a component that never saturates, you just want more and more of it, the same way that we would want more and more galaxies filled with life and people living happily ever after. Anything that just keeps going, you just want to use more and more material for that. That could kill everyone on Earth as a side effect. It could kill us because it doesn't want us making other superintelligences to compete with it. It could kill us because it's using up all the chemical energy on Earth. And we contain some chemical potential energy.
So some people in the AI world worry that your views are strong enough, and they would say extreme enough, that you're willing to advocate extreme responses to it. And therefore they worry that you could be, in one sense, a very destructive figure. Do you draw the line yourself in terms of the measures that we should take to stop this happening? Or is actually anything justifiable to stop the scenarios you're talking about happening?
I don't think that anything works. I think that this takes state actors and international agreements, and all international agreements by their nature tend to ultimately be backed by force on the signatory countries and on the non-signatory countries, which is a more extreme measure. I have not proposed that individuals run out and use violence, and I think that the killer argument for that is that it would not work.
Well, you are definitely not the only person to propose that what we need is some kind of international reckoning here on how to manage this going forward. Thank you so much for coming here to TED, Eliezer. Thank you.
Okay, so there's some precedence of like nuclear arms is the best example of like, the international body, United Nations, are just, kind of international in the sense of, nation to nation agreements that, for the most part, and obviously that's, still being hotly debated, is, using nuclear weapons, is that for the most part, there's some agreement to not use nuclear arms. So there's some precedence of, at a global scale, that if North Korea might have it, they probably still wouldn't use it. Russia for sure has it, but haven't used it for, actual conflicts. That there's a Cold War in the sense of the tension between nations, that there's an arms race to make bigger and better weapons, but the actual nuclear war aspect hasn't happened of like nuke versus nuke. So there's some precedence in that regard, and that, it's conceivable that AI could go a similar thing of like maybe before the nuclear arms race began, that every, podunk, micronation could have obtained uranium and, enriched it themselves. But, there were people that were interested and organizations that were created to address such a concern, and that they micromanaged all the nations to the point of not actively using it for every possible conflict. That Russia, Israel now, USA, and whatever currently happening conflicts. No, even though they have nukes, they're not using it. So, at least like the precedents since, World War II hasn't been created or perpetuated, that it's just normalized so that everyone, is normalized to use nukes. So, that same thing of like, it wouldn't be that difficult to micromanage anybody who was ever thinking about creating AI, that if everybody's going to be, having their own computers or smartphones or whatnot, that even if you attempted to make AI, that you would still need like servers, which you could technically work it out of your own house, but it's theoretically trackable. Like, it's not wildly impossible if, the major nations said, okay, we're not going to have AI in any sense. And then somebody somewhere says, okay, I'm going to do it on my own. And that AI could be AI, like artificially intelligent robots could be regulated, conceptually easily. That the incentives, similar to nuclear arms, is that, it's one thing to have some sort of software run, an excavator, or something like that, something localized. It's another thing to give it enough intelligence to upgrade itself and, fight humans, or, the kind of Terminator, rhetoric. So, I think he's not very, so, getting back to this kind of review aspect, that I don't understand exactly what made him that popular. Like, this isn't, the fears of AI and the types of responses is not novel in any sense. Anybody who's done any type of like science fiction reading will know that this has been a topic for many, many decades of robotics and, Isaac Asimov type kind of conversations. So I'm not quite sure why, he's able to get interviews with a bunch of these people. So, maybe he's just that he's, getting his moment in the sunlight, but quickly, I think, there's going to be many people saying the same things. It's like, hey, we got to put hard limits on AI. So at least for the review stuff, capital T Truth, yes. Succinct, mostly, like he was, staying on topic, and he was kind of, he didn't have like a lot of tangential conversations. And then the reasonability, sure, it's I wished that there was more conversations about, I mean, this is a TED Talk. It's not the longest conversation. You're not allowed to go on like hours and hours. But at the very least, I was hoping for like specific mechanisms of AI. I guess it's just a broader thing. So I don't think it's a fair assessment of like, making a reasonable argument. So at least the counter argument that I wish if somebody who knows AI can answer, is like, to what extent mechanically is AI able to regulate itself? That's not clear. Like anybody who's signing up, to use ChatGPT or Grok, it's, from the user level, not able to understand how the large language model is chewing on information and how it's, analyzing data, but that it's still being, handheld by humans pretty much through every step, for how to, deconstruct the ideas or deconstruct the data sets. But, at least the aspect of like that, how is it going to change over to, like, is it going to be a massive server system, or could it be worked off of a computer that it's going to have, large language models working off itself? So like right now you could, in theory, and many people practice this, but very few people practice this, but that you can create your own large language model on your own computer. It's not going to be that powerful because, one, it's not getting access to all the data sets that, ChatGPT is working off of. And two, the actual processing of like just the RAM of going over the data is going to be a hell of a lot slower. So, you would need the equivalent of, what everyday computer users consider supercomputers in order to be like a threat, right? Because at this point, if somebody runs the large language models on their own computer, it's like probably doing dumber work than ChatGPT, most likely going to do dumber work than ChatGPT, because like I said, the ChatGPT and Grok is working at like 110, 120 IQ, and they've got multiple, super, computer servers that are all handling the data. But, for a consumer computer, it's going to be like probably 80, 90 IQ effectively, right? That, it might be able to say something smart, but it's going to take a lot longer to produce the same results. So, effectively, less than 100 IQ at this point. So my curiosity is how it's going to then if somebody were to be the so-called bad actor and, everything's regulated, but then somebody wants to create their own super AI robot thing that, you would have to have multi-terabyte RAM capacity to be able to compute, stuff to be an actual threat. That would be a more interesting conversation, at least, with my level of understanding. Like the stuff he's talking about is, again, the same conversation that, if you watch the Terminator movies, if you watched any fucking Matrix movie, all that stuff, so that's decades old conversations. So, that's my question. So, is it worth subscribing to their channel? Not really. If they had a channel, is it worth subscribing? Not really. Again, like, my kind of criteria for subscribing is the doing some groundbreaking-ish novel, science, right? Like, for whatever reason, and that's the part I don't understand is that he's making the rounds on YouTube, is that, he's talking about the fears that people had 30, 40 years ago, when it was like the science fiction writers were talking about Isaac Asimov type stuff. Again, Isaac Asimov, if, how old? Isaac Asimov, he died in 1992. And so the books that he wrote were from the 1950s. So again, these are, topics that, okay, now we're at 70 years. We've been having these conversations to the extent that he's talking about for 70 years. So again, he's not doing groundbreaking type stuff, not groundbreaking enough for me to subscribe to, because again, anybody who's watched iRobot, Bicentennial Man, I don't know any of these, End of Eternity, but these even, pop culture movies have already had these conversations. Maybe the novelty is like the reversal aspect of like having international regulations, but again, that's already like, part of the conversation. So, all right, we got to move on. Okay, wait. So the Eliezer, crud. Well, whatever his name is. Okay. So Eliezer is where is he? FFIL. Oh, okay, whatever. So no channel. He's doing journalism. Like that's not, it's old research, but it's not, like bad research. Conclusion. No new information. Talking about 70-year-old stuff. Okay. That's the date of decision, 04/11/2026. Then the example. Where the hell did I? Okay, so I'm just copying this thing. Sorry, I'm just doing some bookkeeping. Okay. Blah blah. Next. So let me see. Great. All right. Next, 2 cents PBS. Are they actually part of PBS? Okay, so YouTube channel called 2 Cents. And it's an educational show about personal finance. The show is written by blah, 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 people. And then looks like they are licensed. Maybe they're literally part of PBS or they're kind of working off of PBS. So, but they actually at least get the name 2 Cents PBS with 817,000 subscribers. All right. I've been going at this for a few hours. So the topic, I think I pre-picked this. Let's see. Okay. I can chew on the poverty video. All right. Let's see. These are popular videos. So, okay. So this is YouTube channel, 2 Cents, video titled Why It's More Expensive to Be Poor. All right. So most people should be able to understand this and take off closed captioning.
Most people are not super wealthy, but we all have an idea of what it might be like to be a wealthy person. We watch them on TV, we follow them on Instagram, we read their blogs and autobiographies. Unfortunately, that awareness of how the other half lives doesn't happen much in the other
Okay, hold up.
direction.
Yeah. Okay, so one thing is that the definition of rich and poor obviously are subjective, realities. They're not objective. There's no objective standards, none of that stuff. There's, so we talked about it before, but there's practically objective, right? Where practically speaking, in this kind of normalized sense, we call it, objective enough, right? Where you're saying, hey, if you make whatever, $1 million a year, that's your income, $1 million a year, we're going to call you practically objectively wealthy or rich, right? Now, again, actually, technically, it is, subjective, a social construct of what those definitions mean. And then $1 million, could be poor for, if you make, multi-billionaires, right? So, but at least for like the context of America and, PBS level viewers, right? We're talking about, generally speaking, like, again, some, the dividing line between rich and not rich, right? Very rough numbers. They're not even lower, middle, upper class. We're just going two groups. Okay. There's the haves and the have-nots. Okay. So the rich and not rich, roughly speaking, again, averaging all of the United States is like $150,000. That's the dividing line ish. If you had to give a number, that, it'd be give or take like 150. So, that's, again, these are social constructs on top of social constructs, so that, this is within American context, not global context. So that if you make $50,000 in America, right, that's your annual income, 50 grand, you are considered wealthy for the whole world, right? So that if, let's say, this is a question that I'm asking Google. Let's say 150K is the divide between rich and not rich in USA. What is the rich, not rich divide line in the world? Okay, let's see if Google can do this. If 150,000 annual income is considered the threshold for being rich in the USA, the corresponding rich, not rich divide line globally, often defined as the top 10%, is approximately 122,000. No. Here, you always have to go a little bit deeper. There it is. Okay. So here, you got to watch this contrast. All right. You go, I asked the question in the first, okay, watch this. So you're saying, you go to Google, says, I asked a question, says, okay, here's the answer. And you go, it says 122, right? This is right here. 122 is the rich and not rich at the global scale. That's what Google AI says initially. You always have to go dive deeper in AI mode, because 122 is crazy for the global scale. Again, global. Every nation, every person, right? So if you go dive deeper in Google AI, if 150 is your benchmark for rich in the United States, the equivalent global line is significantly lower to the extreme disparities in worldwide income. To be in the top 10% of global earners in 2026, an individual needs an annual income of approximately $65,500. All right. So if you make more than 65, you're considered globally rich. And if you make less than 65 in America, you are globally not rich. So, again, rich and not rich, those are just rough terms. They're not exact in any sense, but it's just this kind of normalized conceptual vision, right, of a comical, a caricature of rich, right, at the global scale is more than 65. So I was thinking 50, but, close enough that if, again, that's, this arbitrary number, if it's going to be defined as the top 10%, then 65, is the figure. So now, when PBS is talking about rich and poor, they're not talking about global scale. They're talking about American scale. So my guess, and then hopefully they say it, is, the roughly between $100,000 and $150,000 a year is, what does it feel like to be poor?
Many of us have probably described ourselves as broke or poor at one point or another. Very few have an understanding of what real poverty feels like.
And it's not just a matter of having less money. Once you get below a certain threshold, a whole new set of rules apply that actually make day-to-day life more expensive. If you've never struggled with real poverty, you might not be aware of the many hidden costs and financial traps that conspire to keep poor people poor.
I was really hoping for a definition, but I don't think we're going to get it.
It's very hard to make your way through modern life without access to basic financial services like checking accounts, ATMs, and personal checks. But the less money you have, the more these things will cost you. That's because banks make their profits by accruing interest on your money. So if your account balance is too low, usually under $1,500, they won't consider you a profitable client anymore, and they'll make you pay for their basic services in the form of a monthly fee.
Okay, so if you don't know anything about banks, right, is that if you put $50 into the bank, they're going to use that money to, typically send it out as loans to others, right? So if, the loans to others are going to be anything between like whatever, right now it's going to be like 5 to 29%, 30%, give or take. So if you put in $50, you're only going to get, nickels back, or they're only going to get nickels back for, their revenues, right? So that's the whole like thinking, is that if you put $100,000 in and they're then loaning it out as credit cards, at the higher interest rate of like whatever, 30 something %, then they make more money from that $100,000 versus someone putting in $50. So that's the kind of mechanics of, why you might get penalized, or, there's fees because, they're having to work with less money that, obviously is not going to produce that much revenue for them for, the services that they provide. Obviously either it's they've got their own loans that they're giving out, right? Mortgages, credit cards, etc., or they've doing their own investments, right? So this, they're also investing in the whatever S&P 500. And so, if you only take the $50 or whatever and then try to put it into the bank, it's like, well, for them, it's not worth that much. So that's, it says, hey, if you don't keep a certain amount in the checking account, the amount of work to keep your account open is more, it costs more money to keep it open versus the amount that we're benefiting from, the holding on to that money and, turning it into revenue somehow. So in that regard, yes, it's, very much like it's expensive to be, again, American context, poor
Client anymore, and they'll make you pay for their basic services in the form of a monthly fee.
And heaven help you if you go below zero. Each overdraft incurs a charge of about $35, and many banks will deliberately reorder your transactions for the day from biggest to smallest to drive you into the red more quickly and rack up as many overdraft fees.
I've never had that issue of overdrafting. It's been a very long time, but that I've never seen this part where they like reorganize it. So I don't know how true that is, but regardless, like obviously if you're spending money you don't have, then you're in debt. Then the banks are having less money to work with because that's not your money, whatever. So yes, it makes sense to penalize you for spending more money than you actually have. This is typically the debit system, and then credit is, you're temporarily pulling technically it's a loan, right, for a certain amount. And then if you don't pay it off at the end of the month or, whatever annual or monthly cycle, then again, you're spending money that you don't have. And then you're not refilling, the credit card account in that, roughest sense of the term.
as possible.
If a bank is willing to extend you credit at all, the terms will be much less favorable than for someone with a rosier financial history. You'll pay more money in interest every month, and any late payments means more penalties and fees.
Okay, well, hold up. So, real quick, credit score criteria. Ooh, can't even spell. All right. So, if you don't know anything about credit score, and there was, this is what they're talking about: fair credit versus excellent credit, right? There's a score, right, of your high credit score versus low credit score. So they make up. So it's not exactly that you're poor. Not exactly. It's not the only criteria for why you would have a low credit score versus a high credit score. It's only part of it. So the total parts, again, this is not the full list. The full list is like 10 times longer, but this is like the very brief, summarized version, is that 35% of your credit score is payment history, not payment like how much money you have, right? So if you're paying consistently on time and make sure that it doesn't lapse in payments, then you'll boost your credit score in that regard. And then amounts owed and utilization, again, not about how much money you have, but that if you get a credit card with a $100 limit and that you consistently use all the $100, that's a lower score. You're supposed to use minimal or almost none of the, you should always use a tiny, minuscule amount. It can't be zero, but it's got to be, less than 10% utilization, ideally, for whatever limit you do have. So that if you have a $100,000 limit and then you only use, $100 out of $100,000, that's great utilization of keeping it low. So not how much money you have, but you've essentially got a budget. And then if you blow the budget by utilizing all of it, then it doesn't look good for the banks. Then the other aspect is length of credit history. So again, not how much money you have, but that you've had the credit card or some loan for a very long time. The longer it is, that you're showing that you have a good reputation to be able to pay it on time and also keep utilization low, right? And then the credit mix is that not only do you have credit cards, but you got a mortgage, you got a loan, you got, student loans, you got whatever loans, to show that, not only can you handle the routine payments at a monthly scale like a credit card is, but that mortgages that, last for many, many years, you can handle that as well. And then, there's a new credit. So yeah, there's the inquiries, so that if it's been a while, which is, similar to the history part, but it's the number of recently opened accounts. So like if you open 10 credit cards within a year, your score is going to go down because it looks like you're desperate for money, and you're forcing more utilization. If you're just saying, hey, if I get 10 credit cards and they each have $100 limit, then I've got $1,000, right, to work with. So that doesn't look good for the banks. So again, it's not on this list, but there is the part about how much money you've got. So if you've only got whatever $100 in your bank, that's going to not look good for the credit score. I don't know why they don't say it here, but it is true that the amount of money is important, but it's not just because you're poor you get bad credit. Like there's a bunch of other stuff. So.
Even cash can be more expensive if you don't have much of it. If you withdraw $100 from an out-of-network ATM, that $3 fee equates to a 3% service charge. But if you can only afford to take out $20 at a time, you're essentially paying a 15% charge to access your own money.
Taken together, this means that a poor person might end up paying hundreds or thousands of dollars a year for services that wealthier people virtually enjoy for free. It's no wonder then that a lot of low-income people avoid banks altogether. But even
Okay, so there's the context is that this isn't true for everybody in every situation, but on average, if again within the American context of rich and poor, that on average the psychology and the spending habits of the rich person versus the poor person, right? American context, not global, that the poor person is not able to successfully hold on to extra liquid money. So liquid equity or liquid money is just, this term for easily spendable, graspable, you can immediately use money is, what you call liquid. So that if you buy a house, it says, oh, it's $100,000 house. Great. I'm now, 100,000 that's not liquid because that money that you put into it, let's say 100,000, is not something that can be immediately used. Right. So, the very dichotomy of rich and poor for, again, this is just behavioral, analyses that the poor person, if they just had a lot of money all of a sudden, they wouldn't be able to hold on to it, right? It's a behavioral trait that, if you gave, $100,000 to a rich person, very likely they would be able to hold on to it, right? It'll just be sitting in the bank. It'll be sitting in their couch cushions. It'll just sit there and they'll have the pressure to blow through all of it. Right. But if you give $100,000 to a poor person, they won't be able to hold on to it. Right. They'll very likely, again, not everybody and not every situation, very likely they won't be able to hold on to it. It's not going to be sitting in their banks. It's not going to be sitting between their couch cushions. It's going to be immediately spent on something. It doesn't matter what it is. It just, that's the very nature of it. But so when, again, we're talking about banks. You got the rich person who's allowing the $100,000 to sit in the banks for whatever reason. They're just not uncomfortable with the idea of, the money sitting there. The banks like that because that's their revenue source, right? That's how they, lend it out to other people. That's a revenue source, right? But for the poor person, and it says, if the $100,000 landed in their bank account, within a few days, it's probably going to be gone, right? Because they have the behaviors of spending it, right? That yes, even if it was, the most like intelligent of poor persons, they're probably going to spend it on maybe, starting a business or, buying investments or whatnot. It's going to be gone. Right. Or they're going to, if they're stupid, they're going to buy, a vacation, or they're going to buy a car, or they're going to buy something that, has a terrible return on investment. So that, the banks can't use the money that's gone. Right. So, in that sense, like, that's how they penalize poor people in that regard of like, hey, you're pulling out money. This is ATMs. ATMs are not always connected to your bank, right? You can go to whatever ATM for the most part, but then if it's not your bank, then they charge you a fee because that's their kind of like membership stuff, their revenue source. So they know that for the most part, poor people are more likely to use ATMs, right? That they're dealing with, cash in the first place, and that richer people most likely are using credit cards, and that they've got hundreds of thousands of dollars, sitting in the bank one way or another, that, they're good for the money if, they needed to pay the bills. So that poor people are willing to pay these fees in order to hold on to whatever, 20, 40, 60, 80, $100 worth of cash for, whatever, they want to use it for. So
money.
Taken together, this means that a poor person might end up paying hundreds or thousands of dollars a year for services that wealthier people virtually enjoy for free. It's no wonder then that a lot of low-income people...
He said virtually for free, right? The banks, that's not how they don't do anything for free, right? That's crazy. Is they virtually, it's like technically not for free. You know, banks are making a revenue by giving out loans and, you know, charging interest rates. They're not doing it for free.
Avoid banks altogether. But even that comes at a steep price. Cashing a paycheck without a bank account costs money. Buying a money order to pay your electric bill costs money. And if that bill is due in just a couple days, well, you can either get hit with a late fee or FedEx it, an extra expense that someone with a debit card and an internet connection never has to worry about.
If you think that dealing with credit card debt is bad, thank your lucky stars you've never dealt with a payday or car title lender. These businesses are often the only recourse for people without credit cards, and their interest rates reach upwards of 800% annually.
Okay, so if you don't know anything about payday loans, so again, we're talking about the behavioral nature of rich and poor, right, in America. Broad averages, not everybody at every situation, but if you had to average it out, is that the poor person gets uncomfortable with the idea of money just sitting there. You know, if they were, you know, they've got a job, it lands in a bank, and then it's, you know, accumulating, right? It goes, okay, yes, last week I had $100 and this week I got $200, right? The poor person is uncomfortable with the money just sitting in the bank. They're more likely to spend it. That's how they're poor, is they spend it on dumb stuff, right? You know, this shouldn't be an epiphany. But so what happens is that once they spent the money on dumb stuff, then all of a sudden they needed that money to pay for things that are, you know, necessities, utilities, car payments, whatever. They all of a sudden, you know, between the payments of their, you know, if they had a job, they got regular paychecks, they've already spent it. Then they need to go to payday loans to say, hey, I need a loan, you know, for X amount. And, you know, I agree to the interest rates. And so, you know, rather than, again, the normal rates for like a credit card is like whatever, around 30%. That's how the banks are able to operate at. These payday loan locations is that they deal with mostly or entirely poor people that are not going to be able to pay back. Some of them are not going to be able to pay it back. So that means that this payday loan business is not going to be able to make that revenue, right? So in order to justify that, you know, they know that some people are not going to be able to pay back. And then even if they fight them in court, they're not going to see, you know, anything. They have to then go after anybody who is willing to pay and to charge a higher interest rate to be able to justify, you know, to be able to make any profit, right? So rather than the banks that, you know, typically have like 30-something% that they charge, you're dealing with poor people and you're going to charge them at 800, whatever, so some ungodly number, you know, so that you know that if everybody paid back in payday loans, 806% is an amazing number, right? But if, you know, we're talking, if you charge two people 806, you know, 100%, 800%, and then only, you know, one out of the two paid, okay, that's now you're making an interest rate, return on investment of 400%. Okay, so now if you got one out of the 10 people that actually paid back, right, now that's 80% return on investment. And now, you know, we're talking potentially 1 out of 100 people that actually pay back. And now it's at 8% return on interest, or, you know, return on investment. So now it's even worse than if the payday loans were just operating a regular bank that would have been doing at 30% for people that, you know, don't pay their credit cards. So, you know, there's like, you could say, oh, that's crazy that, you know, they charge 800%. The context is that it would be an amazing business if everybody paid back, and then, you know, typically the payday loans is like, either it's a daily accrual, which is, insane to think about, but like that's, if you paid it back immediately, you'll be charged minimal interest rate, so that, typically they're working in low numbers, like, for payday loans, if it's normal to have, less than a few $1,000s for the payday amount, which is nothing compared to like a mortgage, which could be hundreds of thousands of dollars that the banks are making. So, for 800% on $300 is diddly squat, for payday loans. So that's why, they still have to, they have to charge an insane number to say, hey, you owe us, not just a fraction of a fraction of like, a few bucks off of 300. It's going to be, a lot more than 300 because just the labor alone to, go after somebody is way more than a few bucks, So this has got to, hopefully they're going to give it the context that it deserves.
% annually.
Not only does it cost more to borrow and spend money, but what you spend it on is often more expensive. If you have to feed a family on a tight budget, buying in bulk at a supermarket is usually the best option, but not one available to many poor people. Even if they had the cash on hand to buy weeks worth of food in one trip, how is someone who depends on public transportation supposed to get it home? On their lap on the bus?
Big food retailers, ones with enough purchasing power to offer low prices, are notorious for avoiding poor neighborhoods, and people who live in these so-called food deserts often lack the mobility to cruise around town bargain hunting.
Okay, so just so you know, food deserts isn't objectively real, right? This is a social construct. They're just drawing this map. The map, again, maps are social constructs, but for sure this thing is a social construct of like, oh, look, this neighborhood, there's no grocery stores, right? So it's not surprising that, if you were a business owner, if you're a grocery store business owner, that maybe you don't pick a customer demographic that can't afford the food, right? So that you're more likely to create a Trader Joe's, a Whole Foods, right? By its very nature, it's not poor people that are showing up to buy. It's, the Whole Foods and Trader Joe's are for a little bit wealthier people. And that if, follow anything with American kind of news about grocery stores, especially, like Walmart and that kind of stuff, they close down the businesses if they're not making enough money. And typically it's because of, it's not that people aren't buying food. It's that more specifically, people are stealing the food and that they're losing money. So that even if they scaled it down to like, hey, we're only going to offer, these limited amounts at, reasonable, good prices with decent profit margins, is that if people are stealing, which obviously, very, very, very few rich people are stealing basic food pantry, kind of foods, that it's mostly for poor, that from poor people that are stealing, then, they're going to lose all the, the profit margins, and they're going to go out of business. So that, these food deserts, quote unquote, food deserts are going to be formed when businesses leave, because they're not making enough, they're not even breaking even, let alone, making a profit. So, again, no context of any of that stuff, it sounds like.
Instead, they're stuck with local convenience and corner stores whose prices are much higher. Or they rely on fast food, which can seem cheap in comparison, but is actually more expensive than cooking at home, to say nothing of the long-term health risks.
Rent can also be more expensive. Most landlords require a security deposit between $500 and $1,000 to move in, an impossible sum for people barely scraping by. And in that case, your only option other than homelessness might be a low-end extended stay motel, which
I can't imagine living at a motel for an extended time. That seems wildly expensive. But again, we're not taking it from the business owner's perspective of like, if so this is, landlords and tenants, right? That's for the broad terms for apartments. So there's the landlords who own the place, and then there's tenants that are, the ones living in it, is that if every tenant paid their rent, right, and they also didn't break stuff, that they didn't, have dogs that shit in the hallway, or, that all these things that get expensive. If they didn't have that, then yes, it would be a very profitable thing, but that there's the very likely chance that some of the poor people, through no fault of their own, but they just life circumstances, can't pay the rent, right? The business owner can't be operating at a level where if one person out of, you got a whole building apartment complex, if one tenant doesn't pay the bill, the business collapses. They can't operate that way. They have to have profit margins. Just, again, there's revenues and expenses, and then break even is when those numbers are equal, and then profit is whatever is above that, right? It's just like broad, like simple, microeconomics to explain the point. So if they don't have any profit margins, right, higher rent, and then somebody doesn't pay the bill, somebody takes a shit in the bedroom, and then you got to pay for repairs or whatever, then they can't afford for the business to collapse just because of one tenant didn't pay. So the rent is a little extra to have a little cushion to pay for. It's great if everybody pays and there's no issues. And then, they could justify lowering the rent because everybody's doing just fine, right? But that's not how life works. So, it goes, oh, these are crazy. The security deposit, is the thing to say, hey, here's the quality of the apartment, moving in. And then when you move out, if the quality is drastically different, right? You took a shit on the floor and then we didn't notice it, and now we have to redo the floors. We're going to take the money, the security deposit, to pay for those bills. And, $750, if the whole apartment needs to be remodeled and fixed up, that's $750 isn't going to pay for shit. But, that's, there's laws saying, hey, that you can only charge X amount depending on how big the rent amount is, for many, many cities and states. So, at least it's this kind of socialistic kind of welfare, loosely speaking, mechanism of like everybody paying rent and everybody, paying a security deposit. Then it goes into this, the business's bank accounts. And then that total amount is then able to pay for $10,000 remodels, even though the security deposit is only $750. So, yes, the PBS is talking about like the user perspective, not why, business owners have to operate this way.
Typically don't require deposits, but cost way more than an apartment in the long run. And they often lack amenities like kitchen appliances and laundry that save apartment dwellers time and money.
They say time is money, and the less money you have, the more time you have to spend on everyday tasks. Waiting at the bus stop, waiting at the laundromat, waiting at overcrowded clinics and public offices. This leaves much less free time to take care of one's family, pick up extra work, or strategize a way out of poverty.
It gets worse. Inflation, the general increase in prices, tends to hit things like food, gas, and rent the hardest. The lower your income, the greater percentage of it goes to these costs. So a poor person will see their year-over-year expenses go up at a higher rate than a wealthy person.
Yeah, I mean, it's like basic math here. It's like you're talking about, let's say the 24,000 is, one person, and then the 160,000 is another person. So that, even like the roughest of math is that, even if this person, is 5 times, 7 times wealthier, that the rich person is not spending 7 times more than the poor people on food, right? So that proportionately, it's going to stay a smaller amount. That, again, not every person, but like that, if somebody's spending whatever, $500 a month on food, which is, that's a decent chunk of money, not nothing, but a decent chunk. That, okay, you go $6,000 a year in food, and then let's say we're going to do whatever 5 times gets us 4 times, 5 times, 7 times. Okay, let's just say 7 times. That the rich people aren't spending $42,000 in food. You know, that they could, but you know, it's just like 42,000 divided by 12 is $3,500 in food per month. So let's just say roughly divide that by 30, spending $120, $115 in food. Again, $160,000 is not, you know, mega wealthy. It was just, you know, a decent chunk of change, but you know, they're probably not spending, like, even if you went to the fast food every single meal, which let's say it's whatever, $30 a meal, which is, you know, high, but you know, that, let's just say that happens. They're only spending $90 out of the 115. So again, a high number of $30 a meal, they're still not spending that amount of money. So that, you know, it becomes a proportionate thing. And then so this gray area is this discretionary income of after you paid for housing, food, vehicles, and medical bills, that, you know, that obviously the richer person is going to have a more discretionary income. And it's not just that each person is growing. It is technically a thing that, you know, more money, more problems, is that, yes, it is. They're not going to have the equal amount of, like, you know, if the $24,000 person is not, you know, if they spent whatever $300 a month on food, that more money, more problems. There's, you know, the richer person is probably spending actually more than that, right? Not $115 a day kind of bullshit, but you know, that if the money grows, they're probably going out more. They're probably getting organic and heirloom, you know, type foods compared to the fast foods and all that kind of stuff. So the math isn't, you know, it's not linear. It's just, you know, it does grow. And then, yes, if you, even the $160,000, you know, earner, if they bulk purchase and put things in freezers and they cook for themselves, they can get the absolute amount smaller than, you know, the $24,000. So, but more money, more problems is absolutely a thing, so that the discretionary income could actually, you know, be equal proportionately, not necessarily absolutely.
All these pressures take a toll on one's psyche that only makes things worse. Imagine having to constantly make tough decisions about where to spend your last few dollars. Pay the water bill or buy food for dinner. Put gas in the car or see the doctor. This relentless...
Okay, hold up. So, yes, there are people that are that poor where literally they're only doing essentials, right? For the most part, you need a vehicle for many aspects of American life. Okay, roughly essential. Water is a must, food is a must, and medical, you know, we're going to say must, right? So this is of the population of, again, what PBS is calling poor people. There is a percentage that exactly experiences these type of expenditures, right? Now, what I was talking about before with like rich and poor is that poor people are uncomfortable with the idea of having excess money just sitting there in the account. It's not like anxiety. It's more like the kind of opportunity cost of, like, you know, hey, I could spend this on doing things that I enjoy. So they're, you know, buying clothes, going on vacations, playing video games, going to the movies, going out to eat instead of, you know, staying home, etc. So that it's deceptive to say that, oh, look at here's the poor person, and then they've all, you know, here's these 4 essentials, and they're, oh, look how under pressure they are. And then in reality, there should be a bunch more circles like clothing, and, you know, going on vacations and whatnot. That if you know, you need a better context of like all the bullshit things that poor people buy, you should watch the YouTube channel Financial Audit with Caleb Hammer. That he interviews people of various income brackets, but mostly poor people, or that they're just like they're percentage wise like up to their eyeballs in debt, regardless of what income level they're at. They're I think 99% of his guests are like, again, up to his eyeballs in debt. So you'll find that there's many, many more circles of broad expenditure categories that poor people experience.
This relentless burning of mental energy leads to a deterioration in the quality of one's judgment, a phenomenon psychologists call decision fatigue. It's why someone might visit a payday lender when they know it's a bad idea. They're so exhausted that they'll settle for a quick fix, even if...
No, we're not calling it decision fatigue. Okay. Everybody has habits. Right? If they had a habit where they grew up within a certain system, they're more likely to perpetuate it. So that if their parents went to payday loans, they themselves are probably going to do payday loans because they, through osmosis, picked up all the same habits of if they had extra money, it's blown. And then if they run out of money, they're going to go to the payday loans to, pay for bills. And it's just this constant rat race in that sense. It's not like, here, we're going to watch this part again. So it's not this.
Mental energy leads to a deterioration in the quality of one's judgment, a phenomenon psychologists call decision fatigue. It's why someone might visit a payday lender when they know it's a bad idea. They're so exhausted that they'll settle for a quick fix, even if it will lead to more problems down the road.
Closely related.
Okay, so it's not decision fatigue, but we're talking about different psychologies. We got the behaviors of a rich person and the behaviors of a poor person. So that even if, right, just kind of hand wavy, thought experiment, if you took these two individuals, rich and, poor, and you both started them off at $0, right? Take the personality of the rich person, give them $0, take the poor person's personality and give them $0, right? And you go, okay, financially, you got a fresh start. What's going to happen? That very likely the rich people hold on to the behaviors that they had, even if it was like, they like luxurious products and, expensive cars, they still had enough psychological behaviors to be able to hold on to even that amount of, money, that they didn't completely blow through, selling their cars, or that, they have to, somehow like, sell their tickets to a vacation, location or something like that. But the poor person absolutely doesn't have the skills or the behaviors to, get themselves out of, $0, out of poverty. So, because that's where they're at. Right. So, it's not decision fatigue of like, yes, like there's, it's healthier to say that they have a habit of making these decisions, not even bad decisions, these decisions of normalizing to go to a payday loan. Because if you had the rich person in the same situation, they go, fuck that, I'm not doing payday loans. They're going to fuck me with the 800%, stuff. And if they absolutely had to do payday loans, right? Because I don't have a choice, I'm going to do payday loans. With the money that they make, it's probably going to be entirely dedicated to productive activity. Probably, right? Whatever skills that they had, they still maintain it. They hit poverty. And then, through networks or whatever, they're going to be sleeping on a couch probably, but they're more likely to get back, pull themselves up by their bootstrap type of thing. It's not fucking fatigue, that goes, these people, the poor people are actually really smart, but they're just tired. Again, we're not talking about every poor person. We're talking about the average poor person, is that they've normalized that it's okay to not be entirely productive, even if they it were given whatever $1,000 on a payday loan.
To decision fatigue is the scarcity trap, which is our tendency to fixate on the resources that we have the least of, to the point that we lose sight of the big picture. Running low on diapers, for instance, can create a feeling of panic that compels a poor mother to buy 6 months worth of Huggies, only to realize afterwards that she didn't set aside enough money for rent.
Some might think
What the fuck? She said they couldn't afford it. Okay, so yes, there's so that was the toilet paper fiasco of 2020, right? COVID caused this resource, what the fuck was it? The companies, the supply chain. There it is. So the fear, there was these, real impacts to the supply chain of basic, goods and stuff that typically have to travel a long time. So, there was kind of, import restrictions and all that kind of stuff that COVID caused, so that, it probably didn't have to be an issue, but it became an issue because people believed in it. So it became a self-fulfilling prophecy of people thought there was going to be an issue with toilet paper, and then through their actions, it became a problem because everyone overbought toilet paper. Again, if this may, if you're watching this in a few years and you're too young to experience the TP fiasco of 2020, it was kind of funny, if you were prepared, and then it wasn't funny at all if you weren't prepared. So that there was rationing of limits on toilet paper, and then it became so in just a kind of a explanation of the phenomena. It's a positive feedback loop of not in the morality sense, but it's the positive in the sense of like the actions reinforced itself, so that the self-fulfilling prophecy is that people thought there was going to be limitations, so they over-purchased toilet paper, which caused actual shortages. So that, very likely, again, this is, I don't know what the hard evidence, but very likely if people simply bought as they normally would have, not thinking that there was going to be a shortage, that there wouldn't have actually been a shortage. So that, at several points, during the fiasco, that grocery stores and whoever was selling TP was saying, hey, we're out of TP. That's it. No more. We're out. People kept on buying too much. And then, eventually the COVID recession and the supply chain returned to, a new equilibrium. And then people had, 10 years supply of TP that they've stockpiled, thinking that it was going to be much worse of a situation. So yes, there was, in that regard, if you think that diapers are going to, run out or something, and then you panic purchase, right? You're stupid. And then you buy way too much, and then you didn't budget for, paying your mortgage or something. Again, very stupid. Which, obviously poor people struggle with more, is, making bad, purchasing decisions. Then they get into bad situations of having to go to payday loans to pay their mortgage or something.
She didn't set aside enough money for rent.
some might
Sorry,
think
rent. Mortgage, apparently we're setting aside. Rich people deal with mortgages, poor people deal with rent. I'm sorry.
poor people just need to work harder and spend smarter. While it's true that improving your financial situation requires these things, it also requires having at least a little bit of extra cash to move around and access to decent spending options.
If you can't choose where you shop, where you live, or where you bank, you become a captive customer to predatory businesses. If you don't have any extra...
There's no such thing as predatory businesses, all right? We talked about why that there's 800% payday loans. And we talked about, that there's businesses need to operate at a profit to take care of rainy day events, right? Where, those days where the rent's not going to get paid on time. So then now you need that extra cash, that extra cushion to survive off of, right? Now, again, there are people that that, you know, there are people that for sure are struggling with the basics, where they're already doing the most frugal thing. They're not buying extra clothes. They're not going on vacations. They're not, you know, going fast food. They're already cooking at home because that's the cheapest thing, you know, rice and beans, and that's it, kind of, you know, kind of budgeting. And that is a tremendously bad situation to get in, where like the, you know, in the American context, it would be like, you know, if you actually made just minimum wage, which is like $7.50, $8 an hour, and you live in a metropolitan location, that is a tremendously bad situation to get in. And that, you know, hopefully, you know, that's the whole kind of crux of the issue, is that if somebody's very motivated and they have the capacity for skills, that they will get out of that situation, hopefully. And then what these PBS people aren't contextualizing is there's people that are making $20 an hour. So again, above minimum wage, not a spectacular amount of money, but $20 an hour in 2026 numbers is not, you know, terrible compared to like $7 or $8 an hour. But that even if they had a little extra money, they're blowing right through it. Is that there's no growth mentality. There's no, even if there is extra money to save it, to invest it, to, you know, put it towards something that's going to make more money, is that any minuscule amount of extra money is being blown, so that, you know, it has no potential for growth.
If you can't choose where you shop, where you live, or where you bank, you become a captive customer to predatory businesses. If you don't have any extra money to save or invest or budget, you can't make a financial plan. And when are you supposed to think about tomorrow when you're constantly putting out today's fires?
Next time you describe yourself as broke, remember that having just a little bit of wiggle room is infinitely better than having none at all. It can make all the difference if you're trying to improve your financial situation.
So, if you do have that wiggle room, be thankful and don't waste it.
And that's our 2 cents. Missing
These
one payment
people
can
shouldn't be
quickly
allowed to
spiral
talk.
into
This is insane. They got a great production budget, which is annoying, but it misses so many contextual points of like how a business operates, you know, what is a credit score, what does it mean? It does, you know, like all this stuff that I talked about, but like at the very least, again, there's, you know, to really emphasize this point, there's truly, truly poor people where they go, I couldn't be more frugal, right? They're taking the bus, they're biking to places, they're not buying fancy cars, there's no vacation, zero vacations, not like, you know, like no weekends. You don't have weekends. It's just set, you work 7 days a week, no days off. And your every dollar is trying to be as productive as possible to keep you alive, to, you know, to pay for kids or whatever it's going to be. Those are tremendously bad situations. And there are, you know, welfare programs to specifically address those types of people. Okay. Of the total population of poor people, that is a minuscule amount of working their asses off and being as frugal as possible. That is a tiny percentage. The rest of them are not doing that. So, you know, if you see multi-generations of a family or whatever, multi-generations of staying in the same income level, that means that, again, not the absolute poverty. We're talking about they've making whatever, $20 an hour. They're not doing enough. And that, you can define what that means of like, you know, it is a competitive term. It is a free market a concept to say, hey, what's, you know, frugal enough? What's enough savings, enough investments, enough productive stuff? But we shouldn't bundle that absolute poverty versus like comfortable poverty together, saying, hey, they're stuck in the same situation. Clearly not. Sorry, I'm getting more upset than, stating my point. So, okay. Okay, 2 cents. Truth value, not much. Like, of the things that they said, to get to their credit, these are middle school level understanding of microeconomics. And microeconomics doesn't have to mean like you own a business. It could just mean, you as an individual operating within an economy, right? You are the smallest market actor, free market actor, right? It's microeconomics. So yes, like middle school understanding about credit scores, barely touched on it, how ATMs kind of work, what is payday loan, all this stuff, middle school understanding. So if you're in elementary school or middle school, you should absolutely subscribe to 2 cents, because it'll get you something. But some of the conclusions of like, hey, these businesses are predatory. It's a free market. Okay. If they were like wrangling people with a lasso and go, get the fuck in here, we're going to sell you, 800% payday loan, that would be predatory. They're scraping through the ghettos and go, you're coming with me. You're going to, you're going to be living out of a motel instead of, wherever shithole you're coming from. That would be predatory. But to say, hey, there's a business that sells a product and then people can volunteer to show up at said location, that's not predatory. Even if it's a fucking 1,000%, it's not predatory. It's crazy to think about. But again, we're talking about typically the loans are tiny. It's a few $100s. So that if the loan was $100, then to justify the labor of, getting the money back, taking you to court if you don't pay it, etc., is going to be way more than $100. It's going to be hundreds of dollars at the very least to take somebody to court. So they have to do hundreds of percentages to justify doing that. Okay, I'm getting upset again. So, cut down, succinct, yes. Chatability, reasonability, no. General audience, it's relatable to middle schoolers, nothing more. As soon as you hit high school, some of these things, which you might start experiencing some of these things. Not necessarily you signing up for payday loans, but the idea of like, hey, going to fast food is more expensive than, a lot of high schoolers, they eat out for lunch. They don't like, it's not every single one, but many of them are going to fast food places to get food for lunch. They walk to the fast food place and walk back. That's normal. So, for them, they should be already watching the stuff to know that, hey, like you just paid whatever 4 times more for food instead of just doing it at home. Counter arguments, none. Should you subscribe if you're in middle school? All right, we got to move on. Okay, let's go back to this thing. My population. Where the hell is it? Did I literally said 2 cents? Oh, it is 2 cents. Okay. Great. So that's delete intellectual. Okay. This technically journalism, middle school level intellect. It was PBS is left wing. That's not, we're not, no point in debating that. Like, for sure it's left wing. But or because of that, you see that, they're conceptualizing poverty again in the American context instead of global. That's a big deal, right? Is that, they didn't even define what poverty means, but, they just like, they really oversimplify it. It says just like the poor, the rich, not like exactly if you make $100,000 a year in certain locations, it might feel like you're poor. Because if you're in New York City making $100,000 or Hawaii or LA or whatever, 100,000 is like not really rich, right? And if you had to make a two-part, dichotomy. So, sorry, I gotta stay on topic. Son of a bitch. All right. Okay. So let's 04/11/2026. Right. So the PBS left-wing stuff, it's the political rhetoric at the like Democratic Party is this superficial of like how they talk about, financial policies. There's not much depth to them trying to contextualize the various actors and the, incentives of, the various free market actors. So like, if you're trying to teach your kids, like go, I think in like elementary school or middle school, he says, when you're trying to understand something, who, what, when, where, why, right? And it goes, that covers the basics. Then, typically it's some sort of deconstruction of like characters in a story or, some book, etc. Maybe some social sciences, topic, who, what, when, where, and why. The like college, graduate school, 130, 140 level IQ thinking is getting into more specifics about like, who are, what are the incentive structures of each person involved in whatever topic you're talking about, right? That's way more complicated. Who, what, when, where, why doesn't explain any of that shit. You go, what are the incentive structures for each person involved, each entity involved, or is an organization, whatever, right? How do you know when somebody is confidently dead wrong? How do you know when, somebody's confidently dead wrong? Someone's going to say, hey, I got this production value. We got this great, we're going to do animations, all this stuff. And they go, they're confidently, right? It would be obvious if they were nervous, presenting this crap. But if, they're confident about it, says, this is how it is, and you go, oh, okay, this is what poor people experience. These businesses are predatory. You go, how do you know when they're confidently dead wrong? That's a complicated question. You have to know a bunch of macroeconomics and microeconomics and a bunch of stuff in order to like dissect this. But that's, a higher level thinking to do. And obviously, this, I'm not saying these are people incapable of it, but they're certainly not displaying it. That, they're confidently seeing why it's more expensive to be poor. It's like, okay, I'm getting upset. So got to move on. It's only middle school understanding. All right, got to move on. So, here's my last channel for today. And then it is a small time channel. So this is the lower popularity. It's called Civics Academy SA. And I think SA is South Africa. So this is a South African based YouTube channel with 19,000 subscribers, 83 videos. Let's see what the description. Civics Academy is an independent and not-for-profit initiative that aims to contribute to strengthening democratic values and practice in South Africa. Southern Africa, not South Africa. Okay, so I don't know what that means of Southern. Yeah, can't spell. Southern Africa. Okay, so that's what I thought. Oh, that's a chunk. So if you don't know, okay, so I got a visual. All right, so Google Maps is saying Southern Africa, not South Africa, is obviously including South Africa, Lesotho, Botswana, Namibia, Zimbabwe is not included. and Zambia. So Zambia, Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, Lesotho are Southern Africa, which is, I don't know why it's regionally important or culturally significant. All right. Well, that's what they're doing. So it's a democratic process, cultivate democracy, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So I picked out video, 6 minutes. Maybe we get through another video by them if it's too short or not enough to chew on. So, and they turned off comments. Not a good sign. Not always bad, but is this, it either means it's too controversial or too poorly stated, and they don't like the negative attention that the comments would be like, this is bullshit. No, you're wrong. Or maybe it's for maybe it's like specifically a kid's. So YouTube has this thing where if you make videos specific to kids, then they turn off the comment section. Of course, there's a bunch of porn related, like inappropriate YouTube the member photos. So there's some scam where there's essentially like active pornographic images when you can the profile pictures of the whoever's commenting. So maybe it's that. I'm not quite sure. So here's 6 minutes.
What
are human rights?
The respect for human rights is a central feature of a constitutional democracy. Human rights protect us against the actions of...
Okay, we got to stop. That's you're talking to a political philosopher here. You can't just loosey goosey kind of throw around. Okay, this is we didn't even get 10 seconds in. We're barely 10 seconds in. All right, so I've already done videos about talking about monarchies and anarchy, and eventually we'll get to like republics and federalism. But so there's a term that we've already talked about, constitution. Now, if you don't know what the term constitution is, the roughest definition, right, is there's essentially two rules of or like two structures of rulers. Is the easiest way to say it. There's rule of law, which is the Constitution, where the highest authority is laws and documentation is the highest, authority figure. And then you got rule of man, right, which is a monarchy. So we talked about North Korea. Kim Jong-un doesn't practice a constitution. He practices being the tippy top of the authority figures, right? There's nothing higher than Kim Jong-un in North Korea. Nothing higher, right? There's no holy text. There's no document, some democratic principles, nothing. That, if he wanted to rewrite all of whatever rules exist, the caste system, all this, we talked about that, the caste system, if he wants to rewrite it, he could. Right. So roughly there's, rule of law, meaning constitution or documentation, right? And the rule of man, where a monarchy, where people are at the top, not laws. So, the respect for human, again, we're going to go word by word. Respect for human rights is a central feature of democracy. Constitutions, and again, constitution and democracy are not necessarily the same thing. Where, democracy, an absolute democracy could be the third form of rulers, right? We had one person, a monarchy, laws, constitution, documentation is the highest authority. And technically, democracy could be a third. It's almost never practiced. That's why, I didn't really consider it essential. But technically, you could, have a absolute democracy where majority is the highest authority figure, right? Where it's not necessarily, yes, you can kind of semantically argue it's the democracy is the highest form of the system of voting and, that kind of stuff. But essentially, the majority becomes the tippy top of the authority figure in a absolute democracy system. Again, almost never practiced, doesn't even exist, in most places. But that, human rights is not, that's not a thing, you can have constitutional rights, right? Because the Constitution, again, would be the highest form of authority, and that it decides the documentation or the laws. It decides what the rights for the people are going to be. But human rights is not like the term by itself is not a thing that just like lives on its own. It's either under the umbrella of a monarchy, right, with one person deciding what the rights are going to be, or a constitution, the constitutional rights of how everyone's going to operate under that structure, or what they call majoritarianism, or direct democracy, absolute democracy, where the majority is the highest authority figure, not human rights, right? So, if you're talking, okay, so, they're saying, hey, it's the central feature of democracy. No, majoritarian could be like, the majority is the highest figure. And if they wanted to kill the minorities, right, the majority decides kill the minorities, then that's it. There's no human rights. There's no higher in this context, human rights are treated like a higher, kind of priority, right, of authority of how things should operate. And technically democracies don't need that. Constitutions also don't need human rights. That's not, Constitution can just be whatever, to kill off whatever people for whatever reason. It's just, that's, again, the laws or the documentation that's it, the highest authority figure.
Human rights protect us against the actions of those who exercise power over us and help us to create a world in which we can...
Oh, okay. What the fuck? What did she say? We're barely, it's a 6-minute video. We spent 30 minutes on this piece of shit.
Protect us against the actions of those who exercise...
Hold up. Okay, we got to go back.
The respect for human rights is a central feature of a constitutional democracy.
Okay.
Human rights protect us against the actions of those who exercise power over us and help us to create a world in which...
Okay. So they're talking about, this, if you have a non-egalitarian society, a monarchy, or even a constitution, or even a democracy, you're creating human rights as the peak, which, again, at its nature, it's a constitution. So it's actually, they're semantically saying it's the same of you have, that's what, America is based on, is that the Constitution is this, obviously Constitution in America is the highest authority figure, and that it can do these, if written so, and that's the point, if written so, can offer protection can offer protection for political minorities. Okay. So that, regardless of if the majority, right, 51% or more says, hey, we want to do X, Y, and Z things to these political minorities, the Constitution is going to say, hey, you can't do that. Right. So America is not a direct democracy or an absolute democracy. It's a constitutional republic and all that kind of stuff. So we'll talk about it more of that in the future. I got a whole, video dedicated to that one. But so these people in this video, are saying that you can have a constitution, a set of, laws that protects political minorities, and we're going to call it human rights. So let's see what more details. I don't know what the BOR means, but
create a world in which we can all reach our full potential as human beings. We are
that's complete bullshit, but okay. This is some fluffy left-wing nonsense, not stuff, but
entitled to have our rights respected, protected, and promoted simply because we are human beings.
okay. So this is the part where it's there's okay, so we talked about, rule of man, like a monarchy, ruled by law, like a constitution, and ruled by majority, which again nobody practices, but technically possible. And then they're creating a fourth one where it's essentially like an existential priority, existential like authority, prioritization, kind of, I guess that's the closest term. So again, it doesn't actually exist. It only, we only had the three, and they're conflating this kind of like constitutional mechanics of having this set of rules of not respected, promoted, protected as some sort of inherent, objectively real rights, right? And of course that's not true. It's subjective and it's socially constructed, but they'll conflate it so that it's essentially the same as Constitution. But again, there is no global constitution as of right now in 2026. The United Nations is I wouldn't even call it a republic. More of a federation. It's more of a confederation. So there's a term of it's not etymologically there, but the kind of historically used definition of confederacy was a very extremely limited association where very few rights are available to this higher central authority. That's the historical uses. Confederacy, federation, all that kind of stuff technically just means together, or so an association. But the historical side is that extremely limited, which right now the United Nations is a very limited, doesn't have the power to control everything type of entity. So that's the closest thing to a global constitution right now, 2026. We might get to the point of having a global constitution. And then for these people, they call that human rights because, there's not really like, it'd be the closest equivalent would be like earth rights, like earthling rights, which doesn't have, it's hard to put it on a bumper sticker. Like I said, you always, if you're going to come up with a slogan, it's got to stick, it's got to be short as possible. Skip any of the nitty gritty details. It can't be complicated. It's got to stick on, it's got to be able to short enough to be on a bumper sticker. And ideally you can chant it and have a slogan. That's the ideals of, when you're coming up with these kind of coined terms.
We have the right to dignity and equality.
Right. Again, none of this is true, and they're conflating constitutional with like some sort of like existential, cosmic level, like identification or kind of the like kind of godly level entitlement for individuals. That's what, they're kind of equating it to.
This means whatever our nationality, place of residence, sex, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, language, or any other status, we are all entitled to fundamental human rights.
That was bore.
Because of South Africa's apartheid history, the protection of human rights is specifically important in this country. Before 1994, the most basic rights of the majority of South Africans were not respected by the state. We decided as a nation to
Oh,
protect
okay.
the
Hold up.
we decided
Yeah, no.
African
So in South Africa, you know, during apartheid, you know, Nelson Mandela, all that stuff, is that there were aspirations of a new constitution for, again, it is constitutional, not like cosmic or something, you know. You know, it's ordained by God, right? We're talking constitutional stuff. There was what they're, you know, this on the left side is the basic human rights, is their aspired new, you know, national, not international, national constitution is saying, hey, we, you know, everybody should have this, X, Y, and Z things. Fine, right? And then they're saying, but white people, the white minority, had the supposed God, that's a horribly complicated topic. At least they're claiming it's the beneficiaries of the governmental system would be the fairest assessment, and then the unfair assessment would be like that they lived under a different constitution. You could just say it's the Constitution applied, you know, wasn't applied equally, but yeah.
were not respected by the state. We decided as a nation to protect the human rights of all when we became a democracy. To ensure that no one is subjected to the infringement of their rights and the denial.
Fuck is Boer? What's Boer? No. Boer. I'm asking Google what's as a belong to International Bill of Human Rights. BOHR? Bill of Rights? I don't know. Someone's making up shit. Okay.
Of their human dignity ever again. The protection of human rights in South Africa draws inspiration from the global human rights movement, which started after the Second World War and culminated in the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations General Assembly in 1948.
Yeah. So 1948, you know, post World War II, again, the United Nations wasn't a like a sovereign, you know, kind of all-powerful entity. It's a group of nations that, you know, came together, not even as political leaders, but just as like, you know, they were empowered by each nation to send a representative, and that they made, at least at that time, they were setting ideals, right? They didn't actually have the power. You know, nowadays, you know, they've got a military force and whatnot, and, you know, can make decisions that nations have to follow. Again, have to in a limited sense. Not every not every issue, but, you know, a lot of issues. So, but at the time, it was, you know, came together to essentially, it's a globalist entity, right? Which is funny to, you know, think that, you know, left and right wing people both complain about, you know, the globalists and whatnot, but then, you know, they'll cherry pick, you know, when it's allowable. So again, they're talking about a human rights movement, which is, you know, kind of showing their cards of like, it is a social construct that was kind of moving along, right? They would agree to that. It's not an actual document. It's not an actual thing that had political power. Again, these are aspirations, and they talked about like loose sense of equality and respect, or, you know, some, you know, kind of horseshit stuff that didn't actually have like concrete. It's not even like, I'm not even saying equality is, you know, not to be aspired to. There wasn't an actual mechanism to measure when or how to have equality. It was just, it was like it's like a brochure that gets sent out saying, hey, come to us, you know, we're the cool kids club, That's the level of depth we're talking about.
Human rights follow 3 core principles which describe how these rights work and apply. Firstly, our rights are inalienable. That means that our rights will always apply to us simply because we are human.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about, like cosmic, godly, level authority, right? The empowerment is that there was the monarchy, there was the constitutional, there was the majoritarian, kind of democracy, direct democracy, and then they're trying to take the actual mechanics of constitutional, governments, right? The rule of law, and then conflating it with some sort of existential thing where it's like, inalienable, like it's somehow, some sort of like, even if governments didn't exist, there would still be these rights, as if like these only exist under, the context of a government, that of course not, it's not, some sort of like inherent, this is the same argument, that American founding fathers were doing, is that, saying that everybody has the right to pursue a blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it's not actually a thing. Like it's only enforced within the context of a functional government. And that if the governments didn't exist, none of these rights would exist. If the United Nations didn't exist, they wouldn't, for sure wouldn't have any of this stuff.
It cannot be taken away from us by anyone. Our rights will not change, even if our life circumstances change. The second core principle is interdependence. That means that our rights come as a full package. This is because the protection of some rights depends on the protection of other rights. Our human rights support one another and strengthen one another. The third core principle is equality and non-discrimination.
Oh, you
That
fucked
means
up there.
that every person has the right to equal opportunity and freedom. This is a core principle in our South African context.
Yeah, so like, I've already talked about this before, but so there's the equality and equity, and for etymologically, they're not actually different, but in the kind of contemporary historical context, they're made different, where equality is being used for, at least in the free market sense, the opportunity to do stuff, equal opportunity. Equity isn't about opportunity, it's about consequence, right? So equity is saying people have to become equal, not they had the opportunity, they all had the equal opportunity to do whatever, the pursuit of life, liberty, and, that kind of stuff. So at least from the left-wing perspective, that the equity is the kind of like reparations and that kind of stuff, is like people aren't equal, so we're going to make them equal by taxing more the rich and then giving to, the marginalized groups, right? So at least in the United Nations sense, none of that is being, explained in detail. Again, this is like middle school understanding about pretty much anything, with no, depth to any of this stuff. And then non-discrimination, again, that's, if we're talking about equal opportunity, and then there's discrimination happening of like, not letting political actors, fight in a general election or something, that's one thing. But then if it's like the non-discrimination of like private businesses, right? That was the classics, in the American context, is like, hey, if you discriminate as a business, you're a business owner, and then you say, hey, I'm going to give you service and I'm going to give and not give you service. That's then discrimination. But then, it's not, the question is, whether or not that's the emphasis on opportunity of technically, they still have, the individual being discriminated has the opportunity to go to another business or do anything else. But then, the equity side kicks in of like, well, that's that's still discrimination, because the consequence of if somebody wanted to get, whatever, the cake example, it's like the conclusion is then different. So, again, it doesn't get into any of that stuff. This is just middle school bullshit stuff.
In our South African context. In a democracy like South Africa, human rights are guaranteed by the country's constitution. The constitution is the supreme law of the country.
Whoa. Okay, well, I don't think it technically contradicted itself, but it's saying, like, he says these, like we're talking about the four, and then it's saying, the human rights are inalienable, and then South Africa is then going to re-emphasize it in their constitution. Technically, that's not a contradiction, but yeah.
All our rights are in Chapter 2, which is called the Bill of Rights.
Bill of Rights.
Our South African Bill of Rights outlines different groups of human rights. First of all, it gives a number of basic rights. They include the right to equality before the law, the right to life, and the right to human dignity. The Bill of Rights then goes on to talk
the dignity, the injustice. I've been wronged. Go bring the glove and go whack, whack, whack. I declare adieu.
About civil rights, which are rights that a person has as a member of a community, state, or nation. Examples of civil rights include the freedom of religion, belief, and opinion, as well as the freedom of expression. Then we further have political rights, which include each citizen's right to vote, protest, and assembly, and forming and campaigning for a political party.
It's kind of interesting that South Africa, it seems like obviously there's a lot of overlap between USA and South Africa of, at least the kind of rhetorical, talking point stuff. There's a lot of overlap. That there's this like pseudo egalitarianism that, it's one thing to say, hey, we're going to have this equal opportunity and people have these rights. And then, later anybody's done any study about South Africa is that then they went a little further on the equity side of like, okay, now we're going to take from this group and then give to that group. That's not equal opportunity, not equal any of this, kind of stuff. It's, just bullshit reparations and discrimination. So
special about our Bill of Rights in South Africa is that it also focuses on socio-economic rights. Examples are the right to housing, the right to education, and the right to healthcare.
I'm too tired to talk about this, but this right to access adequate housing, that's not, obviously that's not free market principles. And I'm not saying they have to. I'm just saying that if they're going to take the core principles that they started with, and then they're just tacking on contradictory systems or mechanics of like right to access adequate housing. What does that look like? Is that free housing? Is that government supplied housing? Is that if there isn't housing, you rezone the district so that you can rezone an area so that there's more opportunity for housing? Does that mean subsidized housing for developers? What are we talking about?
We explain these rights in more detail in our Constitution video series. Not all countries commit themselves to these rights. These rights place a special duty and responsibility on our government. They are very important because a large part of the struggle for freedom was about improving the lives of the majority of the people. So these are the different groups of human rights in our Bill of Rights. The bill requires the state to respect, protect, promote, and fulfill these guaranteed rights. But we citizens not only have rights, but obligations too. The same values that protect us have to guide how we treat one another in society. So remember, we too have the responsibility to respect these rights at all times. Even if we do not like another person, it is our duty to respect his or her rights.
Yeah.
can see
all
this
right.
easily
Well, I mean, it's like basic egalitarianism with American flavor. So that multiculturalism, at least as a tool, is being used temporarily, while actual multiculturalism probably not respected.
If
We'll
you think
see.
about a specific right, like the right to basic education, it means that you are free to go to school, but it also means that you should not prevent anyone else from going to school. We explain the right to education in more detail in the video. What does the right to education entail?
Oh, God.
The Bill of Rights also applies to relations between all individuals and relations between individuals, the government, and private institutions. Why are human rights so important? Human rights are a central feature of any constitutional democracy. In South Africa, our human rights are outlined in the Bill of
Oh,
Rights,
yeah.
which is
No,
found in
that's not
Chapter
true.
2 of our Constitution and forms the cornerstone of our democracy. It is supposed to ensure that we all enjoy the protection of the democratic values of human dignity, freedom, and equality before the law.
Yeah, except for prisons. Let me see. That's the easiest cherry picking. That's not fair. I mean, that's, well, you know, it's fair in regard. It's true. It's, you can't even save it. Well, it's content made for kids. It is. Oh, gross. Okay. Yeah. Middle school level understanding. Oh, that was terrible. So, yeah, even if, again, I wouldn't even recommend it for middle schoolers. I think it's, you can give more credit to South Africans. Oh, that's rough. What's the IQ level of South Africa? Average IQ South Africa. That's rough. 66 to 77. No. Yeah, that's okay. So they were talking about Southern Africa, but even then, that's, you can't do much more depth than that. Like actually explaining constitutions and the limits of constitutions. You know, we're talking, what is it, 60, 68, 70? Okay, so on average, 68 to 70. That's not great. Again, this is average, not, you know, the highs and lows, but you can't make it more complicated than that. So, like, probably just middle school level understanding is, what's a IQ level effectively, I can't spell, effectively for USA middle schoolers. What? No, that doesn't make any sense. He's saying 100. There's no way that's true. There's no, these numbers are, there's no way that's true. It's just saying it's doing like the national average. And I specifically asked for middle school. So yeah, I don't think it's understanding the question correctly. Okay, well, so Civics Academy South Africa. Well, it's a very small channel. I'm surprised. 19,000 subscribers. Okay. I mean, it's not nothing. It's not great, but you know, it is what it is. So, Civics Academy. What the fuck? Civics Academy SA. There it is. Okay, so obviously you're hearing the tone of my criticism. Not great. Capital T truth, not much. Um, this is the kind of like common, brochure rhetoric for trying to explain constitutions and concept of human rights. Like it'd be common to see this type of language by the United Nations when they're pitching the idea, not when they actually collect the data, which is a whole different group. But um, the actual truth value is, of course, like very weak. And inalienable is this kind of rhetorical tool, to kind of like hand wavy, just make it happen. This kind of, forget documentation or constitutions or, even a godly entity, just saying hand waving, people get the rights, that kind of stuff. And succinct, technically, yes. Reasonability, no. Relatable to the general audience. The audience is children. That's what they intended. So, technically, yes. Their thesis and counter arguments are terrible. Okay, moving on. Subscribe? Hell no. No one should subscribe. If you're in South Africa, if you're a middle schooler in South Africa, challenge yourself to not subscribe and actually listen to political philosophers to increase your intelligence. This is not the place to do it. This will get you stuck in a place where it is hard to get out of, like, intellectually speaking. So, oh shoot, what was the? God damn it! I was going to copy it just to make sure that this is recorded. Okay, this is Civics Academy. That is staggering. Is it is it journalism? No. Is it an armchair spectator? No. Is it snake oil salesman? Yeah, pretty much. It's flat out wrong in a bunch of places. Middle school understanding. Okay, an example copied over 0411 26. Okay, that's it for today. Holy shit, we covered a lot. So, no point to review. I think I'm gonna do another shot at YouTube channel reviews next weekend and hopefully get into something more interesting. I made a decision about some of these. So the channels, some of these are kind of heavyweight, even among the high popularity, more than 50,000 subscribers. Some of these are especially heavyweight in the kind of intellectual field. So that's what I was deciding, that I was going to make a separate list. So I had high popularity, low popularity, and then there's going to be dedication videos where I just spend the whole time talking about one channel, which, so it's whatever, 4 or 5 hours for one channel. And then one of the guys that made that list is Jordan Peterson. So it didn't seem right to only spend half hour or 20 minutes on Jordan Peterson, because it's a whole topic of him as an intellectual figure. So he's definitely a heavyweight. So, there's going to be a bunch of others that make it to that list. And, hopefully you can enjoy this little journey I'm having about exploring, intellectuals and what's perceived as intellectuals, and the actual quality, what is substantive. I'm missing the words. Fruit, there's some meat to the actual topics. So enjoy the rest of the weekend. See you guys next week. Bye.